and it will be about open source communities and its contribution to building public goods. So if you're interested in this panel, get seated. You got 5 minutes. Okay, I just picked the right moment to cut the music out, and we're gonna start our panel for this lunch, after lunch. So who's excited about the panel? Come on. I don't think you guys ate enough. I think you guys need a few more coffees in you. That's not a good woo. Do it again. Who's excited? Woo! Amazing. Okay. Who's excited about open source communities? Okay. Who's excited about contributing to public goods? Woo! I guess you guys are at the right place. Okay. So let me introduce you guys to the moderator of this panel, our one and only Vivian Chen. She is a core contributor of DAO Zero. Woo! She's been helping human rights, and she's amazing. So you guys all know Vivian. Our next panelist is a mother of three, Isabel Hu. She is Ho. She is also a contributor of Gov Zero, and also an IP and tech expert in law. So if you need some law advice, go find her. Woo! Everyone likes law. Okay, next one, Nicholas Hu. Please get on the stage. Woo! He is the founder of GCC, which is a digital commons and global Chinese speaking community. Amazing. I'm all about communities. Last but not least, we got Peter Cui, who is a graduate student. He's studying IP and competition law. Another law person. Amazing. So, law needs, and take it over, Vivian.
Thank you, David. Hello， 大家好。我们今天这一场呢会用中文进行，终于可以讲中文了，我觉得非常的开心。今天我们这一场其实有一个非常有趣的组成，我们要谈的是开源社群对公共财这整个生态的贡献。那为什么要有这个组成来谈这个东西呢？首先 ，Isabel 这边呢会用之前参与过 G0V 纠松团轮值主席的这个身份来谈。作为一个公共财还有公民社群的基础建设，他们怎么想资助这整个生态系这件事情？中间的老胡 Nicholas 他会用的角色则是出资方，我们是有一笔资金的，那我怎么看？怎么去把钱分配到，或者是各种资源分配到各个不同的专案或者生态系里面？那对他来说，什么样才是最好的杠杆，来去把他的资源最大化？那最后我们还有一位 Peter 今天代表的呢，则是 V 台湾。V 台湾可能大家这里有一些人有听过，它是 G0V 里面的一个专案。那这个专案呢，主要在探讨的是跟怎么样透过不同的机制来帮助民主社会大家去达到 collective consensus 集体的共识。这样子介绍对吗？好，3个不同的角色：专案、出资方，还有我们的生态系。那首先，我要先请3位都分别讲一下自己的专案跟自己在这个开源社群里面的角色。我先从 Isabel 开始。
好，大家好。先简单介绍一下 G0V 社群。G0V 社群是一个2012年开始的公民科技社群。那它的基础在于台湾的开源社群，所以一开始的时候，它是一个非常宅的社群，大概70%、80%都是工程师。但是这个是开源社群跟其他台湾的开源社群不一样的地方在于，它的目标是要解决为社会问题和公民参与提供解方。所以呢，我们透过每2个月办一次黑客松，就过去办了今年是已经第11年，已经超过11年了，60几次的黑客松。那我参与的这个工作小组叫做纠松团，就顾名思义，纠松团的工作内容就是揪大家来黑客松。那除了揪大家来参加每2个月次黑客松之外呢，我们也提供平常大家交流的这些基础建设、协作的基础建设，包括说Slack 的工具，然后包括 HackMD 这个线上协作的工具，那也为大家备份大概在G0V 社群的所有讨论，那还有一些资料和工作的成果。那另外我们也曾经办过公民科技奖助金。就是募款，然后来让G0V 社群的各个专案可以来申请 grant。那我们现在也办这个临时小学校的专案，那就是为了吸引更多年轻人来参加。那G0V 本身是一个非常开放的社群，它没有边界，所以像 Noah、Vivian 去年开始参加，就非常蓬勃的自己开始了这个很活跃的这个DAO Zero 的社群。那这样的社群非常 active 的社群，大概在 G0V 这样的专案可能有20-30个。那我们现在在 Slack 里面大概有13000多人，大概是这样的状况。谢谢。
好，所以我觉得 G0V 这边的这个生态啊，它其实很有趣的是，跟 Web3 里面大家想的社群其实很不一样。大家会想象一个社群应该会有很明确的边界，就是谁是社群的成员，谁不是。但是刚刚听 Isabel 这样讲起来，其实这个社群主要是提供大家基础建设之后，大家可以进来做想要的事情，但边界感却相对模糊。
我觉得边界感是用理念的认同来定义的。因为我们希望基本的理念就是开源、开放、协作、公民精神，所以要认同这些理念的人才会进来社群，那也才会继续留着在这边做贡献。
好，这是一个非常有趣的定义。那我们听听看 Nicholas 讲，就是老胡你在 GCC 这边在做什么，然后你自己的角色是什么？
好像非常感谢 Vivian 还有饭店的 Commons，第一次来台湾，然后我先简要介绍就是发起 GCC 的动机或者叫缘由。大概是几年前我发现个问题，就是我们在很早期的时候，我们看到互联网协议，比如说你能看到叫 HTTP 或者是3W 或者是TCP/IP 协议、UDP 协议，这些最基础的这种我们叫数位世界的这种底层的建设或者这种公共物品，好像没有一个华人，对。然后我们今天使用的大量的网络信息，都是构建这个基础上，对。我们看到的 IP 的分配机制，还有包括域名的分配机制，基本上没有华人的背景在做贡献，对。我还发现一个现象，就是因为本身我是区块链从业者，就是我还能看到Bitcoin Core 还有包括以太坊的一些区域中心化的共识层里面，还有看审查方面、去中心化方面，华人的背景都非常的稀薄。对，那我们今天在享受区块链 blockchain 带来的好处，然后如果不谈贡献的话，我觉得作为叫华语区是一种对自己的是一种羞愧。对，我为什么用羞愧这个词呢？就是觉得我们享受了这个在这个基础上，这个享受它很多大量的非常好的应用，但是在它最底层的很多基础的公共物品上，我们做的贡献又特别的少，所以。我们大概是在今年的6月份开始正式就是成立 GCC， 目的就是核心的动机想解决这些问题，对，然后其实之前就是运作了有一段时间，去年8月份开始运作的，但是一直在尝试。我们目前第一期大概是募到捐款大概是200万美元，大概想试运行2年。然后2年后想募捐到这个1000万美元，然后按照一定的成熟的机制，然后把这个资金怎么分配的更合理。实际上在这运行的一段时间，我们发现几个特点。第一个，现在 GCC 的这个工作成员主要有3位，一个在纽约，一个在巴黎，一个在上海。就是上来我们就做了一个国际化的一个这种非常好的链接，然后。我们重点探索的就是怎么帮助华语区，所以 GCC 它的全称是说叫 Global Chinese Speaker Community， 然后它的前提条件是 Universal Digital Commerce， 就是全球的数字物品的一个大的前提，所以我们是在就 Universal Digital and Commerce 这些领域下面，我们希望。重点捐助全球的这种数位世界里面的基础建设和基础服务。我们这里面发现几个特点。第一个，虽然我们来自于大陆，就是有一个特点就是，大部分的华语区的人就是由于可能历史背景各种原因，就是对社区工作或者公共物品或者公民的理解其实是有缺失的。第二个就是。在这个过程中，我们缺少这种理论和实践的过程。第三个，我们应该是想办法去激励和引导大家，在这种尤其是在基础层、非应用层里面的未来，还有非常大的一个 就是数字世界里面还有很多基础建设，希望我们做得更好。对，所以这是 GCC 的一个简短的经历。
我好奇的是，你刚刚说到对这个理念是有缺失的，大家对于公共财或是公共物品的理解理念缺失是什么缺失？
哦，这个缺失我想过，就是我怎么理解？就是我在想个语言，让自我审查一下。
太紧张。
就是昨天豆女也说了，这个帝国的边缘，就是实际上来讲，因为整个区块链的发展，就是其实它用了一个很重要的词叫去中心化，还有这种抗审查这种概念。然后不仅是中国大陆，还有华语区，整个亚洲区其实是相比来讲，这种多中心这种就是可以抵御权力中心或者权势中心的这种土壤都很相对来讲比贫瘠的。就是亚洲区整体上来讲，相比欧美区来讲，这个理念它就是贫瘠一些，可能跟大家发展的不同的阶段有关系。所以大概的意思就是我们太多的事情都让别人干了，对，我们可能太多的事情都关注到自己身上了，然后对公共的事情，比如说我举个例子，就是就很显见的意思，比如以色列和那个最近发生的事件，你在亚洲区能看到的游行就非常的少，对，当然我们这边可能居住的居民里面，就是或者伊斯兰教比较少一点，对，这是个客观原因。但总体上来讲，你会比欧美区这种公开的游行就是少很多，这是个非常显性的现象啊。
了解，我觉得我不一定完全认同，但是我们等一下再来讲。我先让 Peter 简单介绍一下，就是 Peter 做的专案，然后还有他跟开源社群之间的关系。
好，大家好，我是 Peter，然后我目前是法研所研究生，然后我觉得我在能够出现在这里，就代表G0V社群它的就是开放性，因为就是像我这样具有学生身份，然后甚至也不是科技身份的人，我还是能够持续这样参与社群，甚至是能够去参与一个专案，然后并且在这个专案里面就是主导它的前进。那我的专案 V Taiwan 呢，它是一个希望透过多方利害关系人的治理模式，然后把就是大家的多元意见、不同利害关系人的意见导入到政府政策的一个落实到政府政策的一个专案。那这个专案它目前比较多的议题会是跟人工智慧的法规比较相关。那这个也是因为我们之前在跟 OpenAI 的合作，因为我们之前有拿到了 OpenAI 的一个 Democratic Input to AI 的一个计划的一个经费，所以现在的话就是希望能够继续延续这样子的一个成果。那对于我来说，我觉得比较重要的事情是，每一个人他其实在参与社群的时候，都会有自己的想法跟意见，那他也会有自己参与社群可以去投入的 capacity。那V Taiwan 的这个专案，它的独特之处是在于说，大家常常以为参与公共议题是一个需要很庞大的一个 loading， 你要付出很多的 commitment， 然后你要花费很多的时间来投入的一个过程。那 V Taiwan 我们的其实有一个结构，就是我们希望说，你除了 main participant 主要的参与者之外，你其实也是可以担任其他的角色，不管是你投入的程度的多寡，你都能够在专案的在这个专案里面找到你能够付出跟贡献的地方，让任何程度的 contribution 都能够被放到这个专案的结果里面。那这个是我们 V Taiwan 最 value 的一件事情。
我觉得在我们panel 开始之前，在对齐我们要讲的事情的时候，有一个很重要的点是，我们在协助 Nicholas 老胡了解到底V 台湾跟 G0V 这样子的生态系是怎么样去互动的？Peter 可以从你的观点讲讲看，就是到底 G0V as a 生态系是怎么样支持 V 台湾这个专案的角色？他给的资源或他给的基础建设是什么
？OK。大家常常会觉得说，就是如果一个生态系要给一个专案资源的话，它必须要 directly or only in funding， 就是直接以金钱或者是经济资源的方式去给予专案这样子的一个支持。但我自己会觉得说，G0V，它并不会直接的给予个别的专案 特定的funding，不会说哦，我们今天募到了一笔钱，然后我们就直接用各式各样的方式把这些钱分配给 G0V 旗下的专案。一部分原因是因为 G0V 是一个开放的社群，我们的专案有数百个，然后目前活跃的专案有将近20-30个。如果你要把钱全部这样子分下去的话，最后钱一定不够分。所以 G0V 采取的方式是比较接近于是整个社群还有整个生态系，它提供的是一个场域。这个场域包含了你如果愿意参与社群专案的话，你会获得可以使用 HackMD 这样子的一个共笔，或者是记录下你们专案进度的一个网站的一个使用的权限。然后同时你也可以就是去登记使用一些社群拥有的一些活动的 venue， 你可以去申请使用。那最后最重要的就是你可以在每2个月一次的黑客松，你选择在提案的过程当中，向每一个有兴趣来参加黑客松的参与者提案报告你的专案的进度，然后借此可以就是招募其他对你的专案有兴趣的参与者加入到这个专案里面。那这样子的一个不管是这样子的一个资源呢，它其实并不是透过 direct funding 的方式来实践，它其实是透过了创造一个场域，然后创造一个交流的空间，然后提供你一些就是你要让这个专案成立的最低限度的基础建设，那剩下的部分就要靠你自己去争取。所以我觉得 G0V 社群的专案普遍来讲都会去连接到很多其他的资源，譬如说像是Vivian 参加的到 Zero 就是一个很有趣的一个例子，就是到 Zero 虽然它是去年才在 G0V 社群中建立的专案，但其实它从去年到今年已经连接了许多不同的专案以外G0V 社群以外的资源，甚至也把这些资源带到G0V 社群当中。那如果以我自己的 V Taiwan 为例的话，我们也在今年成功的拿到了 OpenAI 的一个 funding， 那成功的就是利用了这笔 funding 来重启了整个 V Taiwan 的专案，并且让原先可能已经沉寂大概2年左右的 V Taiwan 的专案开始慢慢恢复活力，然后社群也重新建立起来。
我想要问，刚刚因为 Peter 讲到资源嘛，那 Isabel 可以从就是基础建设角度告诉我们，为什么 G0V 不给钱？就是它的背后的想法是什么？
不给钱当然是因为没有钱嘛。但我觉得不给钱还有很多其他东西可以给。一个是除了 network 这件事情其实非常重要，就是资源的转介可以被最有效的利用。那另外就是G0V 其实每一个专案它本身都是一个中心，所以它可以很自主的决定它的速度。就一群人同时往前跑，你其实尤其同时往各处去伸展开它的触角的时候，它能够 reach 到的层面是更大的。那再把这些触角再带回来G0V的场域，就是你可能是5×5的这种倍数的成长。那另外就是还有一个非常重要的是，其实不只提供基础建设，我们提供方法论。因为过去11年我们累积了非常多的专案的经验，所以我们知道在怎么开始一个开源的专案是合理有效，要考虑哪些事，那你必须找到哪些基础的要素。所以其实今年G0V 纠松团就是汇集了过去11年的经验，我们有做了一本 Civic Tech Handbook。就是公民科技手册，那里面详述了我们认为怎么开始一个社群，怎么在社群里面开始一个工作，开始一个专案。那也汇集了 G0V 社群本身的专案，然后分析各个专案它不同的这个 matrix 是怎么样子，然后我们也把这个公民科技手册我们带到清迈，带到济州岛跟日本跟台日韩还有东南亚的社群去让他们做回馈，所以里面其实也汇集了东南亚还有日韩社群他们的经验。那我们应该很快就会有一个 final 的版本，其实现在草稿就已经在G0V 的 HackMD 上，那其实很欢迎大家可以去看一下。那这个方法论我认为是非常重要的一件事情，因为它协助大家快速的累积所有的知识。那包括现在随着科技的进展，这一个社群是很好的一个trial field， 比如说 Web3 的工具。那我们昨天也在G0V 大松的现场做乒乓投票法。那比如说像现在 AI 的科技的导入，各个不同的专案都在尝试怎么用 AI 来让 empower 他们自己原来的专案的做法，比如说 misinformation 的问题，比如说information 就是资讯环境的监控的问题。那 这个是大家可以一起共学的场域。我觉得这是你因应现在外在环境还有科技进展这么迅速的状况底下最有效的方式。
所以方法论其实是 G0V 提供很重要的一个东西。我觉得在 DAO Zero 这边，其实这件事情也很成立，就是它非常的受用。我们刚开始启动的时候，我们要做一个 DAO Zero 自己的宣言，我们很多是跑回去参考 G0V 当时怎么设定宣言，怎么把 principle 定下来。然后同时当我们遇到就是社群成员，我们不知道怎么处理之间的一些 conflict 一些冲突的时候，我们回去看 G0V 的 Code of Conduct COC。然后从这边吸取我们的经验，然后再回来我们的专案里面执行，就导致我们其实不需要从零开始。是，我想 Vivian 跟 Noah 都是这个，都是从这个过程中经过的人啦，对。 对，那我其实蛮好奇 Nicholas 怎么看这件事情的，就是因为老胡的方法其实很多是从资源，真的就是资金方开始出发。刚刚讲到的200万美元，接下来都要开始去挹注在各种公共财的基础建设，或者是各种不同的架构里面，对不对？那这个你怎么想？这个资源的分配，你们会去为什么是从资金的配置这个角度出发，然后会往什么方向去配？
首先 GCC 也是一个社区制，就是我也是其中的一员，所以我不能代表社区本身。
没问题。
就是当然我自己的想法，就是希望在不断的去说明，叫加密技术和加密思想，它未来带来的社会变革。那这个东西，需要去宏观面，还有就特别具体的操作去展示，就是加密它未来对数位世界的未来的非常大的变化。那这个东西跟原来互联网时代是非常不一样。那作为就是非从业者来讲，他想理解这件事情，他是不容易的。就好比是说，你今天去A 跟对 B 说一句话，这句话只有 A 跟 B 人知道，而其他人没有能力去知道你俩在说什么，或者是说你 A 有的财产，其他人没有能力去冻结或者去获取你的财产，而这种东西就是我们现在并没有走入就是非从业者、非专业从业者这个人群，而这个人群。它是一个，就今天整个加密圈持币的用户应该大概是1个亿左右，对，而大量的人群是不知道这件事情是怎么回事的，所以从这个技术本身它未来的发生的变革和它背后带来的有一种非常强的可以抵抗这种非常强大的中心的这种加密手段带来的社会变革，这个需要一个不断的去理解的过程。而我认为这个理解的过程，就好比是说你从公共物品或者公共财这个角度去理解，所以我觉得有个部分很大的一部分就是，我们有一个叫类似这种叫教育的过程，所以叫共学的过程，所以我们可能后面想促进成立一个关于区块链的叫共学大学，对，并不是一个。就是上面在讲，下面在听，而是说大家一起共同水平的人共同来学习，然后远程有个导师可以互相这个指导一下这么一个学习模式，所以这是在教育里面我觉得是应该非常重要的一部分，就是你只有通过教育互相理解，然后你才会产生共鸣，然后才会有更多的人去理解这件事情。我觉得。如果从资金那个分配来讲，就重点是要分配在这里面，对。当然教育后面匹配了很多东西，比如说你要匹配这个媒体，让你讲的话，比如说发电的 comments 讲的话，就是其他人能听见，能认真去听这件事情，对，让其他人去认真听这件事情，本身就要很多就是传播的力量，对。所以在宣传和传播上，我觉得一个很重要的辅助过程。另外一个来讲， 就是我们大部分人就是还缺乏一个东西，就是叫数字时代的公民意识，就是就是整个数字时代里面也存在很多这种，就是数字时代缺机灵微，对，数字时代没有机灵微，对。
可是有 DAO Zero。
对，所以你怎么构建一个数字时代？大家现在目前比如说最有力量的，应该还是 USA。所以像 China 就是基本上把这个行业就是禁止掉了嘛。那很多国家还是一个跟随的态度。那这个过程中是整个数字时代是没有治理的，没有机灵微的，所以只有大家的一些共识和创造出的一些机制来协调事情。所以我觉得第二部分就是资金应该会往这部分倾斜，就是让大家怎么可以就是协调公共物品的使用，它需要创造更好的机制。这个机制本身就是一种探索，就是用什么样的机制，而不是一个人的喜好或者一个人的性格特点，或者说他来决定这笔钱应该往哪里放。当然钱最大的原因就是在现实生活中最大的是来自于税收，但是在数字时代的时候，它的钱的来源未必是来税收，所以他怎么决定这个机制用分配在哪里？但是我觉得数位世界里面有非常大的一个特点，它是开源的社区，所以它基本上你的所有动作都是开源的，而不是隐藏的。那这种开源的话，第二个就是数位世界里面是可编程的，就是加上开源和可编程的情况，它会让这个机制设计的非常的运作的会非常的公开透明和有效，而且并且容易得到反馈，这个反馈是正反馈和是负反馈都是可以的。所以在我看来，数字时代的 GDV 就是会比现实中的 GDV 发展的更快的原因，就是因为它反馈的非常直接。对，我们需要一个数位时代的一个 GDV。
居然是这个。好，我们剩下最后3分钟，但我想要请教3位，就是最后你们自己的从你们自己的观点来看，在这整个生态系里面，遇到最大的挑战是什么？我相信从专案方面，不管是都资源或者是人力，或者是延续某种热情，这些事情都是很大的那个。从 Peter 开始。
我自己会觉得说，其实不管是开放跟开源这个概念，我觉得最重要的事情是。尤其是 V 台湾的角度来说，它确保的是一个专案，它可以延续下去。试想一下，如果 V 台湾之前的成果都没有开放开源，然后它的网站等等的都没有放在一个公开的地方，然后它的专案的相关的记录以至于它的方法论都没有办法就被传承下来的话，那事实上它是没有办法在今年去获得重启，甚至是争取得到 OpenAI 的 funding 的。所以开放开源它其中一个概念最重要的，对专案来说最重要的价值是，它确保了这个专案之后还会有能够被重新利用，然后以及重新延续下去的一天。那同时它也确保了说这个专案它不会集中在某一些特定的人身上，它是其他的人都可以进入到这个机制里面去加以利用。那它在这样一个情况下，某种程度上也实现了大家对于去中心化的想象。
所以你认为开源这件事情反而变成这些专案最大的价值？
对。
我们换 Isabel 跳着。
OK， 好，我觉得就是刚跟 Nicholas 讲的很像，就是我觉得一是 GMV 即便走了11年，我觉得理解它的人还是太少，所以我希望更多的public 能够理解这样子的概念和这样的社群。但是在社群扩大的同时，我觉得另外一个问题是怎么样保持它核心理念的就是不被变动和能够被正确的理解和延续。
其实很想继续追问，但我们真的没时间。Nicholas 最后。
遇到的困难是，我觉得在华语区来讲，专注于做公共物品，还有这种叫去中心化机制底层设计的人还是挺少的。台北已经是非常不错了。对，这边还有很多 ZK 的工程师。但整个范围来讲，华语区的比例还是非常的少。对，这个非常少的原因，我简单也知道，但我觉得，这个事情需要大家一起来努力，持续的去找到对这个领域有能力、有热情的建设者一起来加入。
那我总结一句话。 开源很重要，但是知道或理解的人太少，华语区又特别更少，是这个样子。
非常好的结论，
是这个
对，
样子
简洁扼要是。
但是我觉得今天有大家一起在这边讨论，而且我们把 Funding and Commons 这样子的讨论带到台湾人，其实就是希望我们可以把台湾或者是华语，至少华语区这边这个生态，我们这是第一次 Funding and Commons 史上有中文内容，然后这个中文内容也会第一次被留存在这个地方。那它其实是很难得的一件事情，因为我们终于可以完整的把某一些观点表达在这些平台上面。那我觉得这是第一步。那接下来我们还可以继续做什么？可能就是靠着各位跟我们一起努力了。那今天的 panel 到这边，先谢谢大家。
谢谢，谢谢。
Amazing. Thank you, the panelists and moderator Vivian, Isabel, Nicholas, and Peter. Another round of applause. Amazing. Every time I come to these kind of events, it's very hard to digest all of the information they're giving. Good thing is on the internet, so go back and look at it when you have time. So for our next speaker, it's Martina S. She is an associate professor at RUC University in Denmark. She's also the visiting researcher in Chiang Mai University at the moment. So please welcome Martina S.
Yeah, welcome, and thank you for inviting me here. I think it's been very interesting discussions we've had so far, and I hope I can highlight another perspective that I think we haven't really talked about yet, and that is the ecological sustainability of the technology we are producing. I've been in the field for about 10 years. I'm a more humanities researcher. I've been working in the humanities for the past 10 years. I wrote a PhD on algorithms, but more on algorithms, how do people understand it? How do they make sense of it? So my perspective is always the user perspective and the audience perspective. So I'm not a creator myself, even though I find it interesting, but I've always looked at the other side. We have talked a lot about who are these people that actually participate? Can they make sense of it? Is it for too complex? And interestingly, I think a lot of these discussions that we've had today, we actually had them 10 years ago when I wrote my PhD. We talked about decentralization, we talked about new technology, making our world extremely different. And yeah, now it's 10 years later. And we have to see what we're doing, and that's why I find this community extremely exciting, and I'm extremely happy to be part of this and hope I can contribute with some thoughts from my own research, but also what I've been thinking about lately in my work. Yes, I come from Denmark. I'm originally German, but I am at the Roskilde University in Denmark, which is very close to Copenhagen, so whenever you're in Copenhagen, just let me know. But right now I live in Chiang Mai, where I'm a guest researcher at Chiang Mai University. So I'm really trying to understand also the relationship between like what it's called like the East and the West. So I'm a little bit new to the East part, but I've been in the West literature for quite some time. And I want to start my talk with this. I'm not sure it now will be interesting if some of you remember, but when I got really interested in technology with email, we had this campaign which was called Think Before You Print. So when email was introduced, then we had this idea, oh my God, we need to save the environment. Now we have email, now we have the digital paradigm, and now it's really important that we also not print, that we don't do it twice, that we send it digitally and then at the same time we print it out. So I remember myself running around and telling my parents, you should not print anymore, because it's important that we save the environment, it's important we do something really, really good. And when you read literature, the digital comes with a sort of sustainability paradigm that we're thinking, okay, we're doing something good for the environment. So they come with some sort of narratives of hope. And I think I've had that through the conference. I have heard it several times that we're creating this technology in terms of a better future. So we have an imagination of the future, and we're trying to do something for the futures. So a lot of narratives are narratives of hope, and in academia, especially in feminist theory, there is this concept that's been developed, hope technologies, because a lot of people put their hope on these technologies. But there's also a little bit a different side, a backside to it, because if we put hope into the future, where does it leave us now? Like, what are we actually doing now then? So these technologies become kind of the launch pad for the future. So we're solving a problem we're having right now for the future, but where does it leave us now? So the promise is typically the same. I mean, as I said, it's a little bit the same discussions. We're trying to reduce energy. We're trying to reduce energy consumption and global emissions. We're trying to solve healthcare problems. We're trying to solve mobility problems. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the typical narrative about the technologies. But then we have everyday life. As I said, like, I'm a humanities scholar, so I really work with users. And at the end of the day, we're all tired. We go home and we just want to relax, and we start streaming Netflix. And there's, again, nothing wrong with that, but I think what that actually means in terms of using energy, or what it means, the consequences, I think they're very hidden. We're not really aware of them. So what happens that newer studies have actually shown that Netflix consumption produces 20% of the emissions of all digital devices. And it has gotten that far that the SHIFT project states that the ICT industry produced twice as much emissions as the aviation industry. So this leaves us with the question, is it now better as a consumer to stay home and binge watch a Netflix story, or should I actually go and take an airplane and go to Paris for the weekend? What is now worse for the environment? So if I think about myself as a sustainable person, I'm kind of in this dilemma that I cannot see through the consequences. And while we've talked about the aviation industry a long time, we never talk about the emissions of the digital technology. And I think that is a blind spot, and we need to start talking about this. We need especially to start talking about it because we live in this generative AI era. We have talked a lot about AI, and we have talked about that maybe at some point AI is going to produce their own tools. And studies have shown that the sole production of the GPT-3 model has used the energy equivalent of 123 gasoline-powered passenger vehicles driven for 1 year. And this is only the production of the model. We have not even used it yet. And then even a study that just came out yesterday, and it needs to be peer-reviewed, and I know there's a lot of different calculations on what it's actually been used, but it shows that when we just create one image with generative AI, that we use as much energy as charging a phone. So imagine you're producing maybe 10, 12 images until you find the right one that you like. That means you have charged your phone 10 to 12 times. And again, I'm not saying that these numbers are true numbers, but I'm just saying there's an energy consumption that we need to be aware of and that we need to think about. So I think we can agree on that we will have a rise of energy consumption. And again, this is numbers from the SHIFT project. It just shows that the more we produce, especially the more AI we produce, we actually really need more energy. And that's why I think we as a community, we need to start think about it, and we need to start think about how can we introduce this to our design cycles, how can we think about these in our production cycles, especially when we talk about we want to create technology for the greater good, because the greater good has also something to do with the energy we're using. So this is called a paradox. Our technology essentially is a part of a paradox, because the better our technology gets, maybe the more social, maybe the more inclusive, we have more people using them. And the more people are using them, the more energy we're using. So this creates some consequences that we can simply not see through at the moment. But again, I think there is a solution, and the solution is that we need to look in our design cycles. So he's been, this is in economics, it's William Stanley. He's been the first one who has linked this use towards technology. And that's also the relationship I've been working with over the past 10 years. So that's why it's important to look at the relationship between the human, the user, the producer, then these types of infrastructures or emerging technologies, and then the natural world. So we need to look at this relationship, and we need to find out how can we redesign or redefine these types of relationships. So to give you some background, this is Don Ide. He's a philosopher from the US, and he's talked about technology life worlds. So he talks about different types of relations. And the first relation he's actually termed embodied relations, where it's an I and technology, and I'm looking at the world. And he says that's prior to the technology we're actually producing right now. He takes the example of the glasses. So if I define my glasses as a type of technology, it's me with the glasses, and we look at the world. We perceive the world, we experience the world. That's basically the most basic relationship we can have. And then the next one, he talks about the hermeneutic relations, where he said, okay, it's me, and then the technology becomes a representation of the world. And whenever we measure something, for example, when we measure how hot or cold it is, then technology represents the natural world. I can see, oh, it's 25 degrees on my device, and then technology somehow represents whatever's happening. But with the technology we're producing right now, he argues it's some sort of authority relations. So I create a relationship with the technology, but the world, the natural world, somehow goes in the background. I have no relation to the natural world any longer. And then let me go back to the Netflix example. When you binge watch something, I'm not sure if you ever thought about your energy consumption at that point, and if you think about, oh, maybe I should stop this because I'm using a lot of energy. So we're actually creating technologies right now where the natural world goes so far in the background and it becomes sort of immaterial that we have no relationship towards anymore. And that's why he calls these technology quasi-others. And if we take it a step further, there's another philosopher, Gunkel, and he calls our technologies we're working with communicative others, because he says we're creating communicative relationships with technology, but again, they're disconnected from the natural world. So we're not using technologies any longer, as I said, my glasses to perceive the world, or as when I want to measure the temperature that symbolizes the world, but we're creating relationship with that technology. And we have heard a lot about this, we're creating it in our minds. So the question is, where's the environment? Where's ecology? Where's all that? And I think we have become extremely disconnected from it. So, and that's why I kind of want to reintroduce the environment. So if we think about these communicative relations that we've talked about, where we've disconnected, how can we reintroduce environment? And I hope that is something, a discussion or a dialogue we can have. And my suggestion is that we need to make them part of meaning-creating processes. Because communication, in the end, is about creating meaning, it's sense-making, it's about finding out how we understand our world. So it's important that we, in these meaning-making processes, not only talk about social equality or inequality or some sort of civil society, but it's important that we also talk about the environment and the climate. So the environment and the climate becomes material again, and becomes material in relation to these technologies. So when we talk about sustainability by design, and we have talked a lot about sustainability, and I'm here taking a definition by the United Nations that, right, sustainability means meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So if we think about sustainability, it's so important that we not only think about social equality and civil society, but that we also think about the environment and the climate. And what does that mean? I think that is something we need to define together. And as I said, I hope this is a discussion we can continue. Right now, I think when we talk about climate, we talk a lot about energy consumption, as I've shown you the slides in the beginning. We talk about e-waste, like what are the production cycles of the iPhones, of the computers we're using, those things. We talk about the resources we're using. We talk a little bit about use, because there's also use and use. I can use it a lot, or maybe I can use it in sort of sustainability ways, in ways that are sustainable. But of course, we are all a part of this, because we are both, we are creators of the technology, but we are also users of this type of technology. So what I want to leave you with my talk is with these two questions. The one question I want to give you and maybe hopefully think about is that how can we create and negotiate ecological meaning with emerging technologies or the digital infrastructures we're producing in the context of everyday life? I really want us to think about the everyday life we're living, the resources we're using, everyday life. How can we create meaning in relation to the environment? When we've talked so much about decentralization, about having people involved, people in being part of a community, how can we at the same point also think about the resources we're using, the climate, the energy? And to give you a different example, I think what's happening right now in the academic literature after ChatGPT or OpenAI have released that chatbot, now there's a lot of work on creating algorithms that use less energy. And I think it would be nice to not make the same mistake and actually think about it now, rather than creating a lot of technology that's decentralized, that thinks about the social things, but that doesn't think about the environment. I think it would be really great to implement that in the production cycle right now, or in the development cycle. Yeah, and that's the question, how can eco-sustainability become a default in digital commons? So as I said, it's not something that comes afterwards, but it's something that we think about now, right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that sustainability masterclass, I'd say. A lot of information, thank you. Now we're gonna go into a panel. And this panel is not about sustainability, it's more about science. Who likes science here? Woo! So, welcoming to the stage, who's gonna be the moderator today, Chris Pang. Chris is the founder and CEO of LabFront. They are a startup that is improving health research by tackling research data. Our next panelist is Jelani Clark. He's the executive lead of DeSci World. He's also a neuroimmunologist from McGill University. Next up is Jonathan Kang, the co-founder of Science Publishing DAO. And last but not least, Shadi. He is the co-founder of Holonym. Take it over, Chris.
All right. Thank you, David. It's awesome to be here at Funding the Commons and see so much reception for decentralized science and science in general. Today, we would love to, we have esteemed panelists here flying in from all across the world. And we have an opportunity, and we thought it'd be great to share a little bit about what everyone's doing in DeSci. But before that, what is even DeSci? Because I'm sure that not everyone that's here today knows what that is. So maybe we could quickly kind of go around and just tell a very, very short what you think DeSci is. Starting with Jelani. Jelani, last time, I'm just going to say, when you defined it in Montreal 2 weeks ago, I was like, maybe I'll just let you define it.
So first of all, I'm happy to be here. Thank you to Funding in the Commons and everybody here. I think DeSci has, just like any other niche in Web3, has its own definition. Everybody has their own interpretation. For me, DeSci is the opportunity to open up access to science, make it more democratic, and de-abstract it. So bring people the opportunity to participate in science in a way that they haven't done so before. Not just for formally trained scientists like ourselves here, but also for people who are scientific curious or just on the fringe of science, giving them everybody the opportunity to participate.
Not bad. So yeah, for me, it kind of riffs off of the open science movement that has been going on for a very long time at this point in time. However, operationally implementing the philosophy has been very difficult, and so as of right now, we're kind of suffering. The science in general and the academy has been suffering from the over neoliberalization of. The academy has been over neoliberalized. So basically, you have big universities and you have big publishing, basically becoming big business, and they have monetized prestige. And the idea is it's been producing a lot of poor incentive structures. And the idea is how can we use this technology now to re-decentralize science?
Cool. Hi, everybody. So this is, I think, like an open question for a while, and still is. I think that there have been two emerging definitions or categories of definitions for DeSci. One is the larger picture egalitarian definition, which includes open access, includes access community tools, that includes bringing in people that have typically been excluded from the conversation, such as rare patient disease groups, individuals that are perhaps performing citizen science, et cetera. And then the other side is the technical definition or the technological definition, which is a definition geared towards AI or autonomous agents. So to back that up, we collected some data a couple years ago and would love to collaborate with anyone who wants to continue collaborating on this, building up this data set. There was four main issues or ideas that people identified as getting into DeSci. One was access to global community and collaboration. Two was access to data sets. And three, the computational resources to deal with them. And then lastly, and I think most importantly, is compensation and fair attribution for the work that you've performed. So this was, just for context, this was fielded with those that are currently in academia and had heard about DeSci, and I asked them to complete the survey as they were exploring. So I bet you this has changed since then.
Thanks, everybody. So this is the only thing that I'm going to ask for everyone's opinion on, because essentially I feel like it's one of those things that I feel is important to help define, is that there is actually a lot of different definitions of it. But at the root of it is trying to address the issues that we're seeing in science, and how do we make sure that the discoveries that we have in science can get distributed into the population. How do we encourage those discoveries? How do we fund those things? So those are all parts of the equation that we're here to working on. So I think maybe it makes sense for each person kind of to go through the project you're working on and the problem space, because essentially there are way too many. There's no point where we have 30 minutes. There's no way we're going to even get through, even part of the problems in DeSci, but in science. But maybe we can just go from some of the main ones, and everyone can bring up what they're working on, and then what problem we're solving, and maybe a little bit of context about it. But again, it's complicated, so we'll try to keep it as high level as possible.
Yeah, I think the panelists here kind of fit each of the individual pillars, or a good spectrum of each of the individual pillars. DeSci World sits really at a social layer, so our whole goal is to help broaden the access points to come into decentralized science. So I wish we had the graph of the decentralized science landscape,
Can we hit the graph?
which is a slightly different graph, but there are hundreds of projects building a variety of different tools that all address different aspects of scientific problems. And so our goal is to kind of create that information matrix, that framework that allows people to come in, if you're interested in DeSci, if you're interested in changing certain paradigms in science, to learn about what projects and communities are already doing so, and then how best to engage with them to then help further that mission statement. Alongside that, we're also starting to build out technical tooling that helps to create that kind of fertile substrate for composability between these toolings. So if you're developing a compute framework that is more open access, you need to be in contact with, or you want to be in contact with communities that are interested in funding that kind of aspect, or publishing on that, or leveraging identity solutions. Well, we can create this composable framework where everything kind of comes together. So you have an amalgamation of effort and hive mind to help push the needle more forward. So that's what we do.
So Science Publishing DAO is, like I had mentioned, we're trying to re-decentralize or help with that effort. And the idea is, you have it's this community that has existed and has established certain methodologies for about 400 years or so. Which is basically this very naturally decentralized knowledge generation and also dissemination process. So the idea is, but at the same time, at the moment, like I'd mentioned before, the over-neoliberalization of the economy has made some pretty perverse incentives within the ecosystem, where now publishing is more easily manipulated, and maybe people are more incentivized to lie as opposed to tell the truth. So the question is, how do you actually recreate the circumstances in which the scientists can self-manage their own reputation infrastructures, for example, so that we no longer have to be as dependent on the current $23 billion industry that manages that reputation infrastructure.
Thanks, Jonathan. And Shady?
Shadi, it's
Shadi,
Shadi.
sorry.
Yeah, that's awesome. I feel like DeSci World kind of fits in as the NSF, or this foundation model where you're acting as like this aggregation layer for funders, for experts, and so on and so forth. And then Science Publishing DAO reminds me a lot of the meta professional societies, so that reputation aggregation layer. As for me, I started off DeSci, basically getting into DeSci with like, hey, I got my PhD. I just want to do my research in the cloud. Like, I don't want to go to a postdoc in the middle of nowhere and drive an MRI truck in the rural. I mean, it sounds fun, but I would like to connect with other people as I do my research and not be isolated as I typically have been. So, at the beginning, one of the things I was really interested in is distributed mentorship networks. I think that's one of the most under-tapped areas just in science in general, because how far you get really depends on your mentorship network and who you can work with closely. A little bit after that, I really got into a problem that was close to me in my own research, which is sharing data and access to computational resources, and we built out a tool called the Open Science Commons, or OpSci Commons, with some help from Filecoin Foundation, who helped fund that work. As part of building that, we realized there's a very outstanding problem in any sort of application that would be built on a Web3 infrastructure. And so why Web3? It's permissionless, it's open access, and it's a great base layer for knowledge as a computational endpoint. Maybe we can get into this a little bit later. So at that point, we started doubling down on identity and reputation systems, focusing specifically on identity verification, so that we could prove that those who were uploading data or accessing resources actually were verified and had the proper credentials, and it wasn't, say, a bot posing as a researcher to get Monero compute time, right? Which is a huge problem that we saw during COVID, people taking advantage of GitHub Actions and webhooks to mine cryptocurrencies, which actually kind of excluded more open science practitioners from the DeSci space in association with blockchain. But that's a little bit. So the project is called Holonym. It's a zero-knowledge identity and data custody protocol, and could definitely talk more about that. Yeah.
So we put up a graphic on the side, and essentially to highlight a bunch of the axes of where the problems that we see. They're all complicated problems. They stem the entire field of research into the funding, into the way it's done, into the entire system. And I would like to go into maybe a more tangible example, because maybe not everyone is as familiar with science. What does it actually look like, to use your product in a way of where, like, eventually where it's going to be? How will the world look, or how would science be improved? And obviously, there's going to be a lot of different points here, but maybe the most important point of how it would be different than it is right now. When you achieve your goal of whatever your organization and company is working on. Jelani first.
So I think for us, it is the ultimate end goal, or the most mature form of the technical product that we're building, is what's going to allow anybody to build science and collaborate as easily as possible, and also do this by leveraging tools like Holonym and like Science Publishing DAO to kind of push everything forward. So within our framework, and I think in the graph we have examples of AI, we implement AI as these non-biased entities to then score ratings on projects, or on data being generated. So I'm an individual, I'm pulling together information on neuroimmunology, and I'm posting this in an open source way such that anybody else can build on top of that. Now, with that composability layer, what also is incorporated with there and what Web3 brings is the ability to track the provenance of the data and everything that derives from that. So if you, for example, build on the data that I'm doing, there's a chain of custody that exists such that every new piece of information that builds off of that is attributed to that chain of custody going through. And so when you think about that and you devise incentivization layers that can exist on top of that, whereas currently in this current scientific framework, only the endpoint scientist gets rewarded, if that, for the contribution. In this system, and what Web3 allows is that trickle-down effect, where funding can distribute itself across the entire network of participants that have participated in the generation of this data. And that's something that we haven't seen before. And the intricacies and the nice parts about that is that you start to be able to incentivize or to monetize small contributions of science, where you don't need a massive amounts of individual. You don't need one individual to generate massive amounts of fund. You can do this by small people providing small bits of data that culminate to make a whole. And I think that makes science more applicable, more engaging, more distributed, more accessible than its current iteration, where it's oftentimes held captive by either funding agencies that get to distribute a lot of sums of money to one individual, whereas the rest of the people kind of get excluded. So to us, that's kind of our end goal of what we see, or we hope to see with science, making it much more open.
So part of that is that you mentioned with reputation goes back into why does the reputation even matter? Because reputation is one of the key pieces that you use to get funding or to use to exchange for resources, right? So without good ways to attribute all the steps of the process. For example, right now in science, we don't really care about anyone that's replicating studies, even though we should, because replication is very important. But as a professor, if you're doing that, no one's going to care, right? No one wants you to do that. It's a waste. And even if you're a student doing it, you don't really get that much out of it. So things like this giving us a building blocks, I think, is really important. Jonathan, to you, on the publishing side, publishers with all their control and as well as kind of facilitating the system that is basically blocking anyone for access behind a paywall, right? Which is the opposite of what we want with science. How do you see, from the founding of Science Publishing DAO, where could you see this going? What would be the biggest impact that you could see?
So I guess
Closer.
Yeah. It's funny because I had mentioned that the current publishing market is about $23 billion, and I've talked to a number of funders about like my project and such, and they're asking about what part of the market you're trying to capture, etc. And I basically have to tell that I'm actually trying to deflate the industry by about 1,000x. So that instead of having to pay to publish effectively and to pay to read, which is roughly maybe anywhere between $2,000 to $11,000 to publish, and it's also maybe around $50 to $35 to $50 to just read an article. The idea is to just reduce that entire cost structure down by a whole ton. So, I guess in terms of more specific ways in which you would interact with the system, though, it is basically, there are a lot of concepts that we've been talking about over the conference that we're basically trying to integrate together. And a lot of it is just basically about attribution and citation structures using our own reputation infrastructure, so that, for example, you can have an entire community that's building all sorts of basically potential energy attributing information, but then once, for example, the work eventually reaches the level of interfacing with industry, that money and those citation structures basically provide the means for the money and the reputation to basically trickle down into the ecosystem, and the hope is that it trickles deep into the ecosystem so that the basic sciences actually have their own ways of being funded, not just taking directions from either industry or from the government. So there's this combination of this is another way that we've been of approaching the retroactive funding problem, as well as having each paper be its own non-tradable NFT, for example, so you can't trade your physics reputation for dance tokens. And then, there are these ideas of seasonal governance that we're also trying to implement. So the idea is, how do you kind of create a healthy decentralized knowledge forum? And the idea is, how do you actually oscillate between setting incentives for review and then for innovation? And then the idea is, if you have, for example, innovation to the degree where you start to have too much negative review and negative replications, then the incentive structures automatically shift towards incentivizing review in a predator-prey-like model. So there are a lot of ideas that we're trying to play with there as an experience of what it would be like within the DAO.
Cool. And Shadi, the concept of ZK, I don't think is as well known in DeSci specifically right now. So maybe you can, in general it's new. So maybe you can talk us through how you're thinking about that and the work that you've done in the DeSci space.
Yeah, right on. I would love to speak a little bit about DeSci. I did want to make one quick injection just to continue, because I felt like we had a really good one after the other. So I just wanted to bring us back to Juan Benet's first talk at Funding the Commons New York City, when he talked about, like, why should we care about this? So, let's take a look at the Ethereum market capitalization back at the peak of the bull market, when the total crypto market cap was around, $1 trillion or approaching it, right? I think at that time, Ethereum had somewhere around a 250 billion. Correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone knows the exact number. That is comparable to the total amount of money put into research and development by the US government, right? So when we're talking about funding and what opportunities exist, if we could just route some small percentage of the value that's exchanged for a pure financial protocol, that can make a massive economic impact on basic science research that drives the rest of the economy forward in a virtuous positive feedback loop. So there's a lot there to unpack, and I hope we'll get into it. But as for the role of ZK and why that's something that I've focused on, all right, so when we talk about science, we often talk about open science, we often talk about data being accessible, readable, something that you can access, etc. However, a lot of that open science requires a data manufacturing process that often begins under some siloed secret conditions, right, or some privileged conditions. For medical data, that might include, personally identifying information. For, let's say, physics data, you might be involved in a research project where you're double or triple blinded, because you want to make sure that the results that you converge on aren't biased by some groupthink or some other team member influencing how you're thinking. And so there's tons of examples where privacy, secrecy, and role-based access conditions are really, really important. So that's on the science procedure side. On the identity and reputation side, which is distinct and different, there definitely is a huge opportunity here to take concepts behind reputation, identity, personas, and abstract them away into computational primitives. And what do I mean by that? So currently in academia, your identity and your reputation is your currency. And that's counted in the number of papers, the number of grants, the number of peer reviews, et cetera, et cetera. So, and that's a very kind of abstract, ethereal sort of thing. Like, if you try to put your finger on it, each study section for each NSF grant will compute your reputation a little bit differently. So we have an opportunity here to create oracles that allow us to take data as endpoints, say in a distributed science graph, like with Science Publishing DAO, and to compute relative metrics that make sense for the context, whether it's retroactive public goods funding, whether it's pairing researchers together to work on projects across interdisciplinary fields. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is it's really important to give researchers control of their identity. As a researcher, I was guilty of projecting my identity as that of the institution's identity, right? Everything that happened, everything that I did, everything in my career was related to which institution I was at. I'm a Harvard postdoc. I'm a Columbia University, tenured faculty, etc. So bringing that sense of ownership back to academic researchers and empowering them is the best thing we could do to bring them closer to entrepreneurship, where they can have direct owned impact on the work that they're doing, right? And I think it totally changes the game. To do that, we need pseudonymity, or the option to opt into pseudonymity in these digital systems, and definitely more to say on that as well. Yeah.
Thank you for that. So actually, that brings up another point, which is currently it seems to be really hard to monetize anything of your science, and basically for the vast majority of scientists, it's almost impossible to monetize. Even though you could be doing stuff that is very, very valuable, and you are doing stuff that's very, very valuable, as we can see from, basically the publications and the citations and everything else. And like one of the current methods that we have right now is, start a company and then take it IPO. Yeah, that's a great idea to make a scientist do that to get their funding, right? So there's a lot there. I feel like that if there's more in the reputation side and maybe there's more there than the measured collaboration, could that also change the way that resource distribution or allocation can be done? I think there is. I'm always still trying to figure out what is the process of doing that and getting into that point. So I feel like this is something that I've been thinking about a lot, and it's one of the, it's really it's been a challenge to wrap my head around just how many of the issues there are. But of every Web3 application, I've found that science has one of the most direct direct entry point, because so many things have this reputation along with it that's really, really important and already is trying to be measured. It's something that's trying to do that already. So I felt there's a lot here that can be done, and also maybe it's a little bit easier to get started because the group, technically it's a smaller market. There's less people, so I feel like there's more things can happen there. So we have 5 minutes left. I would love to kind of go through just a little bit more about maybe 1 or 2 minutes per person, just a takeaway or something that you're excited about in this space that you're working on. That's most promising. Just currently from what you're seeing right now, Jelani.
So I'll take it from the bird's eye view of the space. To your actual point, Chris, I think everything that you hear about in Web3 about its ability to shift the creator economy, it's oftentimes applied to the artistic renditions, to the entertainment and all that kind of industry, but it holds true to the science. A scientist is just an artist that is painting the laws of the universe. We're all investigating these kind of things, and we create assets that oftentimes are captured by political or institutional actors that is not within our framework. That we can't leverage those things. And I think the ultimate goal of what DeSci is to, in as much as it is to bring more people into the space and give them opportunities to create the kind of science that they want to create, do the kind of science that they want to do, so you don't have to pivot necessarily. What it is also going to do is going to allow the creators of said economy or of those assets to govern and own those assets and be able to use them however they see fit. And that could be through the lens of better frames of collaboration, better ways to monetize, such that you're not captured by those entities that really are controlling what science gets pushed forward. And this happens at the level of the scientists, but this also happens at the level of, and we're talking because we all are scientists here, but this also happens at the level of patient populations, those endpoint users that are stakeholders in scientific development, in therapies that come out of that. Them having a say, them being a part of the governance of particular therapies or assets, or what gets to get developed and what gets to get funded, I think that's what the moonshot goal of DeSci is. And there's so many permutations of that, and we don't have the opportunity to talk about it, but I highly encourage anybody who does have questions to then come up and ask us these questions for down the road. So that's my 2-minute spiel.
Yeah, I think with DeSci, it's just an interesting space, and we're at this conference funding the commons, and it's a pretty inherently challenging space because the product of science is effectively intellectual soil, and it's like, oh, what are you doing? I'm making mulch. I don't know, I'm making fertilizer. I'm making you don't use you can't tightly get an ROI on every little patch of soil, right? And it's not even, it's kind of a moot point. But the idea is if you have unhealthy soil, nothing else can grow. So the idea continues to be how do you kind of allow for this kind of funding and not having to immediately measure even impact, for example, because you have no idea what the potential impact of any sort of research can potentially hold somewhere down the line. And on the other front, it's I think the DeSci community does everyone gets along really well, but we also need a little bit more cohesion in terms of actually being able to pull together our knowledge and what we're finding, because it's a big hydra of a problem, as you can see, and none of us are going to be able to do it alone, and unless we actually come together and potentially as a professional society and test a lot of the infrastructures that we've been building that we're predicting is going to work, the larger scientific community isn't probably going to take us very seriously.
Right on. Yeah, that's a good one. I think really briefly what I'm super excited about is the maturation of a lot of these Web3 technologies. I mean, right now Gitcoin is running a grant on Arbitrum with the American Cancer Society. That's incredible. The fact that you're raising funding for cancer research and patient outcomes, through a Web3 stack, that shows that there's value there, that we're solving something important. I think, there's everything from the retroactive public goods funding round to the maturation of tech like IPLD and IPFS, through DeSci Protocol Labs and DeSci nodes. So, once these things really are reaching and have reached maturation, it's really ripe pickings for an engineer scientist to come in and begin solving commensurable problems in their space. So we're starting to see that now, I think, with different groups and everything from, for example, intellectual property rights pooling with, for example, WeDea, which is an architecture for how do you share the upside of IP in a copyleft infrastructure, a copyleft paradigm. We're seeing that, for example, in local context, which is an indigenous, a research organization, or I guess you could call them like a curator, research data curator, that attempts to establish provenance between indigenous people that perhaps produce data for anthropological research or for geographic research, and allowing them to basically claim rights on how people use that instead of, to combat appropriation and exploitation of those indigenous communities. And that's just like a few examples, right? There's I think many more that are on their way.
All right, I think that's it for our time. So thanks to all our panelists for joining us today, and thanks to our audience for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Thank you for staying.
A round of applause for Chris, Jelani, Jonathan, and Shadi. Okay, next up, we have Raymond Chang. And Raymond will be talking about measuring the impact of open source efforts with Open Source Observer. Raymond is clap, 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 that's good. Raymond is a versatile tech expert. He has significant contributions in distributed systems and security. He's the co-founder of Oasis Labs and Kariba Labs. Take it over.
That's right. All right. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for staying this afternoon. My name is Raymond Chang, and I'm the co-founder at Kariba Labs, where we are building a tool called Open Source Observer. Open Source Observer aims to measure the impact of open source software, where we believe that's going to be the key to unlocking value in impact markets for open source software. So, as part of the founding team for HyperCerts, you might have seen this diagram before in previous talks. Right now, today, we live in a world where open source software pretty much just focuses on the right-hand side of things. We have incredible developers building open source software that basically the entire economy in the world is built on top of, generating incredible impact today, but with historically, infamously, chronically underfunded public good. What we want to do with Open Source Observer is help flesh out this left-hand side of the picture, illuminate what is the type of impact, downstream impact that we're having from open source software to the real applications that exist today, to the users that are using them, so that we can help imbue value to HyperCerts so that prospective, retroactive funders can come in, buy hypercerts, and support this work. I think this is the vision that we're trying to build towards, a world where we can retroactively fund public goods that's delivering value to the world. At the end of the day, we firmly believe that impact should equal profit. Today, with respect to grants, when you receive a grant, the amount of reward that you get is pretty much fixed, no matter how much impact you generate. And we believe that it should be the case that people are incentivized to generate more impact, and the more impact that they generate should lead to more financial rewards. So with Open Source Observer, we're trying to build a tool here that helps internet economies measure the impact of open source contributions to the growth and adoption of their platform. As of today, we're predominantly focusing in the short term on crypto networks, predominantly because it's much easier to measure. We can take a look at open source software contributions on GitHub. We can see where these open source libraries exist in the software supply chain, basically the dependency tree. And in the crypto world, we can actually also see all user analytics because transactions are entirely on chain. So we can measure high value users, we can measure retention, we can measure funnels and life cycle of users, and we can measure for any particular library, like Ethers, the types of downstream impact, all the applications that would be affected if such a library were to go away, and the number of users that would be affected if such a library were to go away. We want to bring all these things together into an easy to use platform. We think of Open Source Observer as basically Moneyball for open source. This is, we equate or we liken open source funding today kind of like how baseball was in the 1900s, using outdated methods without a real clear understanding of what led to success. That's kind of the world that we live in today. And we want to transform that. This is a fantastic movie, fantastic book. If you guys haven't read or watched it before, it's on most airplane flights. If you guys are flying somewhere, you can probably see this on your flight home. But in the movie, based on a true story, Billy Bean here, played by Brad Pitt, is trying to disrupt this old school stodgy world where recruiters mostly hired players based on their gut feeling when they went to places, and they didn't really clearly understand what aspects of a team led to the most success. And what Billy Bean did, which was incredible, is he brought in data science, he brought in statistical analysis, he brought in correlative studies, and they really dissected what are the aspects and what are the core metrics of a team that lead to success, what are the best high ROI investments that I can make to be able to have a winning team. And in 2003, what they showed with the Oakland A's was that with a budget that was about a third of the size of the New York Yankees, the Oakland A's were able to compete competitively at the same level. That's incredible. The idea that we can achieve the same amount of impact with a third of the budget, this is exactly what open source needs today. It's important because crypto networks today, we have a lot of capital that we plan on deploying. We estimate that there's about $30 billion today sitting in ecosystem treasuries, and it's predominantly going to go towards things like open source software. And the better that we can allocate this capital, the more impact, the higher ROI that we can achieve per unit dollar, that's going to be critical to the success of any crypto network. For the most part, every single crypto network is funding towards this graph right here. On one axis, high quality, highly engaging, useful developers building engaging applications that bring on sticky users on the y-axis here. Everybody wants this to go up and to the right, and we don't actually have a clear understanding of when we make grants, when we make funding allocations, what are the things that actually lead to this? What are the funding programs that are leading to real continued sticky users as opposed to just short-term blips in traffic? Historically, as an industry, we've been doing pretty terribly. We are investing more and more money every year, now on the order of tens of billions of dollars. And by some estimates, there's still only on the order of tens of thousands of developers in this entire space, which is kind of mind-boggling, right? These numbers are estimates, so you may not actually agree with the exact number figure, but I think there's one aspect of this graph, which is I think uncontestable, is that we have to be doing significantly better, like an order of magnitude better in allocating capital and keeping sticky users around and sticky developers around than we are today. What we want to do with Open Source Observer is create a data warehouse where we can bring on the visibility, we can make a public playground so that anybody can do these types of impact analyses. Similar to how tools like Bloomberg, data science tools, business intelligence tools have completely transformed traditional TradFi capital markets. For the impact markets, we are not at that level of visibility yet. And we want to build this as a public good for the community so that we can do this together. Which is why we're exceptionally excited to be doing this with one of our first flagship partners. It's Optimism RetroPGF. This is one of the ecosystem partners that are deploying a significant amount of capital today. This quarter, they plan on distributing about 30 million OP, that's over $60 million, to predominantly open source projects, over 300 open source projects today. And we're really proud that this small community of about 100 expert voters, we're helping them build out better lists, better impact analyses to better inform these votes. Because at the end of the day, their thesis is they need to be rewarding the projects with the highest impact in order to generate, the most growth into their network. We just finished voting, literally last week. We're excited to see what results come out in January, but we want to continue doing programs like this to help different ecosystems analyze the impact of their funding programs. Now, I just want to share a little bit about what are the types of things that we're looking at. We mostly just started on this journey. We want to look at things like how developers are coming onto the platform, which of these projects are leading to more developer growth than others. We also want to take a look at how collaborative these developers are, whether they're forking each other's projects, whether they're submitting fixes to each other's projects. That is one sign of healthy ecosystem growth. We also want to look at how they're engaging their open source community. Are they doing an effective job of growing that open source ecosystem, or are they staying, isolated in their own little pod? We're also looking at more traditional notions of metrics. Sorry, this is not like the most responsive remote. We're also looking at things like simple, shallow metrics like stars and downloads. But I think one of the things that we're really excited to think about is downstream impact. In a world like Optimism RetroPGF, one of the things that's most interesting is that these things directly lead to revenue for the platform, right? If you think about a library, libraries, help build out these dApps. dApps are bringing users onto the platform. These users actually lead and translate to very visible revenue metrics in the form of sequencer fees for their network. And we want to understand the margin of value of any particular project and how these are affecting the global revenue of the network. Part of that, and one of the areas where we're diving really deep, is now we can start to do interesting things like user segmentation, right? We can take a look at what types of users are the most high value, which ones are transacting large, dollar amounts, which ones are transacting frequently versus infrequently, and basically do the types of user analytics on an ecosystem level that historically we've mostly been doing on a project level. It's very common for individual dApps to use user analytics. We want to look at this from an ecosystem-wide level. This is basically the thesis of the Optimism RetroPGF experiment. This is lifted directly from their website. They believe that if they take a portion of their sequencer fees in perpetuity and put them into a program like RetroPGF and allocate that capital well to bring the most high-value developers, to bring the most high-value users onto their platform, that's going to bring the most engaging applications and the highest amount of demand for their block space, which effectively translates into more revenue that they can again deploy into RetroPGF in this virtuous cycle. And the fundamental question that we want to ask is this working? Like, are they actually doing something that's yielding, a net positive change in their ecosystem? And we don't have a conclusive answer to that yet, but we have some early signals and some indications that we're not just, bringing on traffic that's temporary. There's actual sustainable growth here that's kind of interesting. So this is a graph of developers that are in the Optimism RetroPGF ecosystem over the years. And it's not just the case that we have new projects that are attracted to Optimism because of RetroPGF existing. That's this darker red graph here. It is also the case that if you are a project that's generating high impact, RetroPGF now gives you the ability to have additional revenue, additional capital to hire on more developers. So we're also seeing that people that have been participating in round after round now have the resources to continue making more impact if they're historically the projects that have been doing well in prior RetroPGF rounds. We're just at the very early days of this form of impact data science. As you can see, a lot of the analyses that we're doing are still pretty primitive, but this is one of the areas that I think is most exciting because we're just at the early days of, as a community, understanding how to measure impact. Like, what is impact in any particular community? What is the best way to measure that? What is the way to do this in a way that's less gameable? And how do we figure out what good looks like? And that's something that ultimately I think we have to do as a community together in a crowdsourced way. So we think of Open Source Observer as the tool to do that. We want to bring on-chain data, off-chain data in a single data warehouse in a way that's, we're committed to being open source, open data, and open infrastructure. As a tool, we want to build this in a way such that it makes the data as widely available to the public as possible so that we can all collaborate on doing these types of community data science over impact for public goods. It's kind of crazy what kind of a year we've had. Hoka just spoke yesterday about the work that's been done on hyperboards and Hypersource Marketplace. It's kind of mind-boggling to think that we just launched the Hypersource protocol like earlier this year. But it's been a really interesting year, and we're excited to be growing out this ecosystem. We've been building out the Hypersource SDK so that other people can incorporate Hypersource into their ecosystem. And in particular, at Kyriba Labs, we're very excited to bring on and expand the world of impact measurement and impact evaluation. We think that's going to be critical to unlocking value in the Hypersource ecosystem. Bringing back the original vision of what we wanted to build, you can tell here we're just in the early days of what we need to be doing. You can think of Open Source Observer as just a small part of this picture, measuring just for one impact domain, which is open source software, and RetroPGF, which is just one funder, a single funder with a single set of value systems for a particular crypto ecosystem. But there's so much work that we still need to do together. In the world of impact evaluations, we've only been indexing projects in the Optimism ecosystem, and we're now starting to build out what we call the Kyriba Data Collective. We want to build out this open source data warehouse so that anybody can be rewarded for contributing valuable data when measuring the impact of public goods. We want to be able to reward the types of data scientists that are generating the most insightful insights or the most useful dashboards towards measuring impact, and we want to do this in a way such that we're building out effectively a data DAO where with the community we can do this together. So impact analysis and experimentation, I think of this as like exceptionally early days. We're excited to work with folks in the community to build out this data warehouse together and to build the most useful analyses. So if you're interested, please come find me after this talk. One of the things that we are very aware of and need to start thinking about now is what happens when we do this regularly. RetroPGF, we're only on our third round, but they have a commitment to do this every year, multiple times every year. And what I think we're only in the early days of understanding is what are the incentives, what happens to this from a game theory mechanisms design perspective when you actually do this regularly. Because if all you're doing is funding downloads, you're gonna get perverse incentives and you're gonna get bad behavior. And so how do we design metrics that are less gameable? How do we design systems that analyze impact in a way that incentivizes the good stuff and not the gaming and spam? That's a really difficult question. I don't have an answer for that yet, but I think we need to figure this out together. And the answer is not don't measure, right? That seems to be kind of silly. From a funding perspective, RetroPGF is obviously just one ecosystem. Every single ecosystem has a different thesis and a different set of value systems and a different set of goals. And we're excited to work with different ecosystems and funders to understand what are the unique properties of this community and how do we build it in a way, how do we do this in a way that's general purpose that can satisfy the unique needs of any particular network. We're particularly excited about potential shared goals between ecosystems so that if two ecosystems have a goal that they want to fund together, we can potentially create collaborative funding pools around them. And lastly, of course, this is just in the space of open source software, and as people have mentioned in this conference multiple times, that is just a small space in the world of public goods. We want to do this in a way that explores other spaces as well. But we think because it's so measurable here, we can make some early impact and hopefully extract these learnings and apply them to other spaces. What I'm really excited about here is we think RetroPGF, hypercerts, retroactive funding, these types of novel mechanisms have the opportunity to massively transform how we think about public goods funding. And we're just at the early days of partnering with a handful of ecosystems, but this is a much bigger problem than just in crypto. And what we're particularly excited about is this growing recognition from governments, this growing recognition from nonprofits and other corporations that digital public infrastructure is infrastructure that we all need to invest in. And we're hoping that what we learn from here can be something that's applied well beyond what we do in crypto. So if you're interested, please join us at our Telegram community. You can find our QR code here. Help us and join us in our mission to fund public goods. Thanks.
Amazing. Thank you, Raymond, for that sharing. For you still standing or sitting there, thank you guys for staying for the block. It's officially break time. So you have 20 minutes to go to the catering, get some food, some coffee, some tea. Meet back here at 3 p.m. Thank you.
small, like it's a small version of a handbag. It's too big to carry. It's not very loud there, is it? Hold the mic like hold it like this. Because we don't have a stand. Right? 天才。
天才。但你讲话的时候跟他讲话的时候要开那个，因为他这样会很顺。你先这样试试看。
Things better?
Yeah, I think this.
You mind checking again?
Hello everyone, we're back at the main stage. We have a pretty packed afternoon actually, like a very different, diverse agenda. And to start this whole afternoon session, I would like to welcome Anke Liu. She's the Senior Program Manager at Stellar Foundation, and today she will share with us about the reputation-based governance to power funding allocation. Let's give Anke a round of applause.
All right, well, thank you everyone for inviting me to the stage. I'm super excited to speak today. So my name is Anke Liu. I'm a Senior Program Manager at the Stellar Development Foundation, a non-profit organization that supports the development and growth of Stellar. So at the foundation, I lead the Stellar Community Fund, and this session will actually delve into the fund's strategic shift towards leveraging reputation in funding allocation decisions. So before we dive into that, does anyone here know about Stellar? Please raise your hands. Oh, pretty good, very good. What about XLM? Okay, actually, I like that. Actually, many people know both Stellar and XLM, so usually it's like only one of them. But yeah, so actually, Stellar is an open source, a layer 1 decentralized blockchain network. And it's been around since 2015, actually before Ethereum, believe it or not, and is specifically designed to create equitable access to the global financial system. So it provides infrastructure to developers to issue assets, build applications, and deploy financial protocols. And direct access to the Stellar network is available either through a dedicated set of functions available in several programming languages, or through our new native Rust-based smart contracts platform, which is currently in testnet. And what sets Stellar apart? So apps can actually integrate with Stellar's extensive on and off-ramp provider network to get access to the world's currencies. And Stellar actually has the largest off-ramp cash-out provider network out of all blockchains out there through a collaboration with MoneyGram, where Stellar apps can actually integrate with to offer end-to-end solutions to real-world problems. So the growth of this ecosystem is led by the Stellar Community Fund, or SCF for short. And I'll be using that abbreviation, so SCF stands for Stellar Community Fund, which is an open application awards program that supports developers and startups building on Stellar. And earlier this year, the SCF supersized to foster a development on Stellar's new native smart contracts platform, which is scheduled for mainnet earlier next year. So in 2023, we already awarded over $11 million in XLM to over 140 projects. And projects can actually include anything from educational applications to developer tools to financial protocols, and can apply for up to $100,000 in XLM at a time for about 3 months long development. All right, so different from typical like foundation grant programs, SCF actually draws on input from the community for both award allocation, project support, and governance. And community vote in SCF is actually an exciting time for verified members who have proven reputation in the community to signal for which projects they like most. So why community vote? So right now, SCF actually is solely funded by the foundation, so decentralizing decision-making in funding allocation is actually not necessarily a natural choice. And so why community vote for funding allocation in SCF? I have 3 reasons. So number 1, shared responsibility. It's important to fund the right projects to build a very strong ecosystem, but as we all know, this isn't very easy. So decentralized decision-making encourages a culture where decisions are made thoughtfully, considering the impact and implications of the wider community. Second, we have credibility. So the diverse viewpoints and collective wisdom of the community actually validate the choices made and enhancing the legitimacy and acceptance of the results. Third, scalability, and this is one that's very important. So as more members become involved in governance, it cultivates a stronger, more active and invested community, which is essential for long-term sustainability and expansion of the ecosystem. Now, the why is pretty clear, but the how is what's difficult, as Gitcoin founder Kevin Owocki points out in this tweet. I kind of like this tweet. That's why I put it on there, but I don't know, anyone knows this one? Anyway, yeah. It's okay. So earlier this year we actually collaborated with R&D firm Block Science to create a novel voting mechanism to power funding allocation in the Stellar Community Fund. And Block Science actually uses the following three-phased process to design solutions to complex problems. And so starting with kind of mapping the requirements and desirables, followed by the specification, design, and integration of it. And finally, the validation of the system by thoroughly testing and simulating its performance. Starting with phase one, we've analyzed the following desirables of how funding allocation should be governed on SCF, based on both community input and prior experience with voting mechanisms. So this mechanism needs to be effective and impactful to determine projects that should receive funding. The decision-making process should be fair and really reflect community sentiment and reward beneficial behavior. It's also important that it's scalable that it avoids overwhelming voters. The process should be also transparent and publicly available. But still remain individual voter privacy, which is something that we really value, so that voters can actually be honest in their decision-making process. It should also be flexible and to be able to adapt to varying quality and quantity of project submissions each round, changes in voter activity, and also allow for easy modifications in line with the evolving needs and challenges of our ecosystem. So finally, we wanted this system to be innovative and actually use Stellar's technical capabilities where possible. So once we knew desirables, we needed to make some decisions on the design process of the overall mechanism, and there's a lot to figure out. So for instance, like who can vote? How are votes weighted? And also, like, are votes binary, like yes or no, or non-binary, like with matching pools? There's a lot to figure out, and we looked at various already existing voting mechanisms out there, such as one vote per unique identity. This model is quite equitable but doesn't allow for much flexibility in like voting power weights to let's say reward experts. It's also quite difficult to check one's identity, as many people pointed out here during the conference. And unless you have a very robust like KYC type of process, it's often subject to Sybil attacks. So there's also one token, one vote, for instance. So the more token one has, the higher the voting power. It's a very popular mechanism. But as members often can buy themselves in, the system can actually cause misalignment with the initiatives due to also monetary incentives. We've also even considered a quadratic voting mechanism, which is, I guess, that quadratic funding is very successful in Gitcoin. But from a previous attempt, the community vote actually became more of a popularity contest, which didn't necessarily result in funding the right project, in our ecosystem at least, just the ones that were really good at marketing themselves. And well, let's face it, not every developer is great at marketing. We all know it, but they're very good at building tooling. So we need to fund the right projects, which is something that's very important. So something actually that really sparked our interest was reputation-based governance, as it was something that we were already naturally doing in a more like manual type of way and somewhat worked as well as delegation. This was a very popular mechanism out there and also generally like while working to solve for voter apathy issues. Now, reputation-based governance. It involves evaluating one's trustworthiness, expertise, contribution history, and even alignment with the initiative's values to influence both voting power or to assign membership. So in funding allocation, reputation-based governance can have several benefits, including more informed decision-making, as there could be more voting power to experts, for instance. More inclusive representation of the community, as governance doesn't need to be limited to token holders or validators, but can actually include many different types of user types. Also, it can boosting one's reputation can also drive intrinsic motivation, rather than often misaligned extrinsic motives, such as monetary gain. Another plus is that the implementation is quite versatile, so actually it can be layered with other mechanisms, and actually there's a lot of mechanisms, even the ones that were described during this conference, that use some form of reputation-based governance. And finally, I want to kind of make the note that reputation is also a very intuitive thing. So every day we make choices based on reputation without even realizing it. Where we decide like who to befriend or who to trust with the task or who to partner with on the project. We're evaluating reputations. So these judgments are quite intuitive and they're processed seamlessly by our own brains. However, translating this intuitive process into a formal governance system is quite challenging. It requires juggling many types of factors, which are often overwhelmingly complex. And another potential issue to be wary of is that influence of a certain members who've accrued a lot of reputation from the start can actually remain dominant or unchallenged over time. So how to solve for this? Together with Block Science, we've designed and implemented the first MVP of neural governance, which is a modular, transparent, and flexible architecture for defining one's voting power. Inspired by neural networks, the system mimics our brain's information processing through interconnected voting neurons. And so each voting neuron actually consists both of a oracle function and a weighting function. So the first one encodes all the core logic of the data input, and the second one encodes how it should be weighted. And so the outputs from all voting neurons are actually aggregated together in layers, and then passed on as input to the next layer until a final value is reached. So for the initial MVP for the Stellar Community Fund, we've actually implemented 3 neurons. You can see them here on the diagram. So the first one is reputation or like expertise, which are the input comes from SCF or from Stellar challenges badges that people have accrued over time. Then there's a voting history neuron, so the more like someone voted, the more times someone voted, the higher kind of that weight is. Then finally we have a trust neuron, where kind of other people can assign trust to members. And you can actually see that it's layered, so the first 2 neurons are collected before voting, and the second one is actually collected during voting. So it's a lot of flexibility, and these are actually some of the more, I guess, like 3 MVP versions of neurons. I think like going forward, we're going to see like, oh, how can we actually reflect community sentiment and reflect reputation in a bit more, of a sophisticated way. So by adopting this neural network approach, neural governance can simplifies and structures the evaluation of reputations. It also breaks down the intricate process into smaller, more manageable parts. It offers a plug-and-play experience, so you can actually add, remove, or change voting neurons as part of a more adaptive governance process. And it also enables piecewise transparency. And this is something very important if, let's say, something like voter privacy is important, so you don't want to reveal the identity or, the particular projects that a particular user has voted for. You can, but you still want to have the entire thing be somewhat transparent and have a public record. You can enable piecewise transparency so that some neurons might be public and others might be more obfuscated. So overall, neural governance can also be used to enable more like inclusive participation in governance, as it can also be used to determine membership. Some potential use cases include publicist funding. So neural governance has the ability to incorporate evaluation criteria beyond profit potential, such as prior network participation, prior voting history, experience with public goods, and more. And it also allows a community to easily adjust weights on those signals. Second is domain-specific expertise reputation. So similar to the one before, neural governance allows a community to set neurons for a particular governance action to be higher weighted towards individuals with a particular set of expertise, such as technical engineering work or social impact work or even academic background. Oh, almost. Third is adaptive governance. As neural governance accepts inputs at each layer, actually transforming them into weighted outputs for the next layer, it allows for cross-round adaptations. And also, prior voting actions, so let's say like project success and other outcomes, can be an important signal for future voting power allocations. So something that we're actually looking to explore is to expand the voting history neuron to take in success data of projects so that actually extra voting power goes to those who voted for successful projects in the past. Now, there are several other projects that are leveraging some form of reputation-based governance in the blockchain space. One example of that is Colony. Let me see. I accidentally clicked next on this one instead of this. All right, here we go. All right, so one example of that is Colony. And Colony is a DAO which offers tooling for others to build DAOs. Reputation in Colony is an attribute that can actually quantify a particular individual's influence. And this is calculated based on the sum of work that has been completed within a colony or DAO. Reputation actually decays over time, so members need to stay engaged to keep their status. And this is pretty important in some of the drawback that I mentioned earlier, so that people who have gotten in a colony very early on and accrued a lot of reputation actually need to kind of stay engaged to keep that status and not automatically keep it. So the other mechanism I mentioned earlier that we're interested in for SCF is delegation. So for the interest of time, I think I'm like 5 minutes out or something. I'll go over this pretty briefly as it's a popular concept. But in short, delegation allows members to entrust their voting power to another trusted actor. And the most important benefit I see of a delegation is that it reduces attention cost, technical requirements, and also administrative overhead for individuals. That said, there are some challenges with delegation, most notably the increased risk of collusion and centralization. And these are the very things that we try to solve for in blockchain. So how do we solve for that? Quorum delegation. This is, together with Block Science, we created a different take on how delegation can be done in governance mechanisms. This is called, we call it quorum delegation, which allows users to passively vote for by delegating their voting power to a quorum or a group of users. And this is actually inspired by the Stellar Consensus Protocol, which is a proof of agreement type consensus mechanism where the validators actually define their trusted quorum of all other validators in order to validate transactions on the Stellar network. So voting power in this case goes to the majority decision of the chosen delegates, who can be changed each voting round, and you can also choose to delegate per decision. So there's quite a bit of flexibility with this type of mechanism. And also, you don't need to, without having to reveal any information about the quorum, users can automatically vote. So these are kind of anonymized quorums, as we say. So this can reduce the attention cost for users while still allowing for pretty high flexibility. Now, I understand, it takes quite a bit of time and effort to set up these systems initially, figure out what neurons that you would like to create, figure out the weighting, figure out the parameters of these systems. I'm not going to lie, it does take a bit of effort. But to help out anyone here to experiment with the system, Block Science actually created an open source tool called CAD. Maybe some of you have known about it. But anyway, it allows for anyone to do research and simulate different outcomes. And an example of this CAD simulation is actually this one for quorum delegation. That shows kind of the delegation over time in a particular voting period. It's pretty interesting. I don't think we're actually going to have 100 days of voting, but I guess you can do the math, like it's over time, things can change. All right, so let's put it all together. SCF implemented the initial version, initial like MVP, I would say, of neural quorum governance on our new smart contracts platform. And this actually combines both the neural governance that I talked about earlier and quorum delegation. So this kind of like resembles some kind of like liquid democracy, I would say, with the best of both worlds. So on the one hand, you have the reputation inputs to determine voting power. Also with the option to delegate. So if you don't necessarily have the kind of necessary expertise to evaluate a particular project, or you don't have time to like vote in a particular round, or like let's say you don't have the tier to be able to vote, but you can still delegate. So yeah, setup collectively could really solve for some of the common issues that we experience across voting mechanisms, like inaccurate community sentiment, like voter fatigue and apathy, and also the lack of growth in core group of users. By distributing voting weight in a fair way, this also will align hopefully with all of the SCF objectives that we put out. encourage engagement by empowering members can actually help build up their reputation. And it allows for greater flexibilities on voter responsibilities and also offers some accessibilities for newcomers. All right, so I'm almost done. Some next steps. So we've actually started early this year with the ideation and development. We finished the implementation this quarter and documented everything in several blog posts and resources. And so next up, early next year, our simulation, calibration, and adding new neurons accordingly. We've also are going to put out monthly reports based on the community vote rounds that we offer. And then, the goal is to really fully rely on this mechanism to power funding allocation by the end of June 2024. So wish luck. So if you're interested, if this was interesting to you, definitely get involved. And if you scan this QR code, it actually goes to the governance modules library, where neuro governance and quorum delegation are both documented, as well as where the CAD-CAD implementation is available. If you're interested, if you're more like a builder, you're like, hey, actually I want to like submit a project to SCF because it looks pretty cool, like Stellar, I want to know what it is. Definitely go to communityfund.stellar.org. The next deadline is January 14th. Yeah, and if you're really interested, you can become a verified member and join our Discord. So yeah, if you have any questions, I went over it pretty quickly, but definitely talk to me after the talk. And I also, I'm pretty active on Telegram. I think I put my name out there. I don't know, you couldn't have missed me. So definitely reach out. All right, time's up, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Anke. It's so much fun to learn about different mechanisms for funding public goods. I guess we learned about a lot of them today and yesterday. The next one is something that I really look forward to. It's very different from what we had in the past 2 days. It's Jingshu, Hong Jingshu. He is the research lead at Taiwan Labor Front, and he will be talking about finding a future for labor in social and solidarity economy, which is a fairly interesting topic. Let's welcome Jingshu.
大家好，不好意思，因为我英文能力比较没那么强，请容我用我熟悉的语言表达我对于这个主题的一些认识，好，希望跟各位有一些交流。好，我的名字叫叔叔，好，这个nickname，好，然后大家都叫我大叔，好，那现在目前在台湾劳工阵线，主要是从事跟劳动权益有关的。好，那为什么会跟社会团结经济 SSE 会连接上？基本上我们会希望在劳动的系统里面，劳工的状态里面，可以开创出跟传统资本主义不一样的路径。所以我们就选择了社会团结经济这条路，好来做一些发展跟持续的一个推动。好，那我觉得其实这几年，在台湾，我不知道各位你们的国家有没有不一样，在台湾突然出现很多这种SDGs。ESG 啊，好 CSR 这一些东西的，好，那像 SDGs， 各位你们应该都很熟悉，哦，联合国说这叫永续发展目标，哦，可是各位你有没有发现，这10几个目标，它真的是目标吗？从我的角度来看，我怎么看都觉得它是17个严重的社会问题，好，对不对？贫穷是一个严重的社会问题嘛？对不对？性别的不平等，还有自然资源的各种破坏，怎么看它都是一个17个必须要被解决、改变的现状。所以我觉得其实像类似这样SDGs 这样的一个发展，其实会有一个我是要往下，好。那像这17个发展大家都觉得它是17个目标，对不对？可是如果我们再仔细想一想，这17个目标彼此之间有强烈的关联性。好，我举一个例子，性别的不平等，性别的不平等可能来自于经济的不平等，对不对？权力的不平等。那在权力跟经济的不平等底下，是不是会有更多的女性可能会遭遇到贫困的问题？那当一个地区都普遍面临到贫穷的时候，他们往往会选择，如果身边有自然资源， 它会不会尽可能的去利用这个自然资源维持生存？那你们觉得它会对这个自然资源会有一个好的维护吗？哦，不可能。哦，所以其实这17个永续发展目标，我觉得它是一个相互连带的，彼此之间相互影响。所以我们不太可能选择一个目标去改变它，因为你其他的结构都没有做任何的变化的时候，其实你很难真正的达到这个效果。好，那再来，台湾最近很流行很多 ESG， 环境、社会跟治理。那我不晓得各位的国家怎样，在台湾我自己的观察很有趣。我们在台湾通常都只会谈环境，台湾企业很多说我们会去净滩，我们会去种树，我们会做什么，都是跟环境有关。台湾的企业很少去谈我们怎么样去改变社会，改变社会的不平等的结构，更不用谈台湾的企业几乎不谈我们怎么样让整个企业的治理是更好、更良善。因为对企业来讲，治理这一个是不容跟别人分享的，因为那是他的权利来源。所以当 ESG 这个概念里面只谈环境，但是社会跟治理却没有太多的变化的时候，就会出现，它真的能够改变我们期待的目标吗？这是我的疑问。这是我的疑问。好，那所以我觉得其实台湾这几年一直很流行这些。CSR 社会责任啊，SDGs、ESG 啦，最近还在减碳，然后还有ID 包容、多元跟平等，很多这样的一个目标不断的出现，啪啦啪啦啪啦。可是这张图大家孙悟空可能台湾的朋友比较熟悉外国朋友跟我介绍，这是中国的一个小说，就是有一只猴子它会作怪，所以他的师傅就给他一个这个哭然后念咒语，所以会缩紧，缩紧之后呢就可以被控制。OK， 好。可是我们都以为只要我们不断的去 promote 这一些SDGs 啊 ESG 这些过程，感觉好像就可以帮资本主义带上社会责任的道德金箍，好像我们就把它上了一个这样的一个金箍，就可以控制他们。可是我觉得我们却发现，他带了一大堆之后，却没有人可以念那个咒语，所以企业依然顾我依然顾我。我曾经看过一段文字，他讲得很直白，任何领域的良好作为，不会抵消你在其他领域的破坏。OK， 我在刚 ESG， 我在环境治理，我在环境做得很好。但我如果还是持续的剥削社会、剥削劳动，我一样在制造社会问题，所以它不会相互抵消，它不会相互抵消。好，所以在这个状态底下，我觉得如果我们真的要去谈一个更好的发展，那就必须要从整体的结构去谈起。我们不可能只挑一个目标去做，然后就觉得哇，这样就可以改变社会、改变世界。因为结构是紧紧相连的，每一个议题，每一个问题彼此都相互联动。好，所以谈社会团结经济，我觉得还是要回到结构，结构是最重要的。但是结构基本上如果要能够创造人才是重点嘛，对不对？好，可是也许大家会觉得，如果我们今天有一群人，那我是不是这一群人就可以开始推动社会团结经济？我觉得这中间还有一点距离，这是我的观察。什么样的距离？比如说这一张图，这是在英国，英国的某一个小镇，它有一个书店，1977年成立，很久了那这个书店在社区其实跟社区有蛮多的联动啦，然后回忆。那有一天，2018年因为书店的那个租金越来越高，他没有办法，所以只好说再找另外一个地方。好，那他第一次就跟社区发动募资，社区就捐出蛮多的资金给他，然后让他找到地方。那他的藏书这个那个10月书店，他的藏书2万多本，老板年纪可能也大，他没有办法搬运，所以他再一次的请求社区帮忙，结果社区200多个人就排了一排，大概从旧的书店的位置排到新的位置， 人龙这样子，一人一本书传递。哇，各位，你们看到这个故事会不会觉得太美满了、太好了、太赞了？对你也摇头，我也摇头。我觉得这个故事给了我们人都有良善的一面，但问题是，他有没有办法天天对别人不断的良善？这其实是一个很关键的问题。如果我们每一天，我们要有人，大家每一天都要利他、利他、利他，那我们的动力何来？我们的动力何来？可以支撑我们每天在做利他的事情？这其实是不容易。好，所以如果我们谈这个社会团结经济，我觉得这是我画了一张图，我已经修改了很多版本。我觉得有一个很重要，我刚才讲人是重点，对不对？但是各位想想看，人跟人之间要怎么形成合作？这其实是一个很根本的问题。我们当然朋友之间可以相互帮忙，可是你不可能天天帮。可是如果社会团结经济，经济是每一天都在发生，经济是每一天都在运作，你是不可能用帮忙的心态去参与。所以在团结经济里面就会有一个过程，这个过程就是这一群人，他们一定会透过相互的吸引，对不对？人跟人要有相互吸引，你才有可能发展，进一步往下发展。好，吸引之后，人跟人产生有互动，人开始有往来的互动。好，这个吸引到互动过程，其实每个人都在观察，这个人是不是我们可以一起努力的对象？他其实在进行一个相互观察。好，那当互动累积到一个状态之后，两个人之间就可以开始确立某一些关系，朋友的关系、伙伴的关系、亲密的关系，这个关系其实就会被确立。好，那在互动跟关系之间，人跟人其实会有反复的交换，不断的交换，交换你的情绪，交换你的想法，交换你想要跟他沟通的一切，慢慢的，彼此之间就会熟悉。好。那当关系建立之后，其实信任开始才会出现。人跟人之间的信任，它不会一开始就有，它一定是一个累积的过程。OK， 好，那关系到信任中间，你跟他会形成了我们在讲的连带，那种连带的关系会有更紧密的，更紧密彼此之间更紧密的相互的互动。好，等到了发展出信任之后，其实才会形成一个长期的合作模式。这个合作模式其实伴随的什么？承诺，伴随的承诺。好，那这个合作的过程，其实要开始进入我们在讲的一种秩序性的状态。因为你要进行一个经济性的合作，你是必须要有一些规范的，所以它会在这个过程才会产生秩序，而且彼此培养默契。好。当一个系统，这群人开始不断的共同协作或合作，形成了某一个团体之后，其实久而久之，这个团体也有可能会变化。没有什么是不会变的。目标、人的目标的想法都会变。好，那有可能你这个组织的规模越来越大，需求越来越复杂，那你在这里面可能就会需要更多的规则，对不对？开始会有规则出现，去让每一个人成为里面的一个角色。可是这个过程之后，开始就会有一些人会觉得，这个组织可能不是我当初所期待的，不是我想要的。Anyway， 没关系，这个时候人就会开始退出。在这个团体里面没办法接受的，或是觉得达不到他自己期待的目标的，他就会退出。所以组织会不断的重组。那重组之后，这一群人也许又会从一个新的发展，所以它会形成一个这样的循环。好。所以，如果要谈，合作，我觉得其实合作这样的概念，我会有一个公式，这是我想象的公式它会形成这样的状况：一群人，C 代表的是 commit 承诺 ，A 是 action 行动，一群人在不断的行动之中去确立彼此这些承诺，这个承诺是不断的被实践、被达成，对不对？当有这样的关系的时候，其实人之间的信任感就会更好、更强、更坚固。好，那在每一次的行动中都会有一些成果。这个成果一部分叫做 interest 利益，另外一部分其实就是 trust 信任。 每一个人在这里都共享 share 就是分享，分享到利益，分享到信任感，这个关系就会更紧密。所以不断的行动，不断的获得，不断的行动，不断的获得，这就是合作的一个很根本的一个缘由。好，所以最后倒数几章，我觉得从一个做劳工运动的人来思考，如果社会团结经济这样的概念要运用进来的话，今天的主题工地就是一个很重要的目标。好，那劳动要怎么摆脱资本？那其实先要回到资本主义是什么？好，有一本书，作者叫 You're Right， 是美国的社会学者，他就说资本主义有3个很重要的支柱在支撑的资本主义，一个叫私有财，一个叫市场，一个叫劳动商品化。各位想想看，如果没有私有财，会有资本主义吗？对不对？不会有。如果没有市场不断的交换，那资本主义有什么用？没有意义，它没有办法累积。但是最根本的是，如果今天我们从劳动的角度，资本主义如果不依靠把劳动商品化，它如何取得大量廉价的劳动力，去转化成为它的 profit 利润？所以这3个是资本主义很重要的支持。但是我个人认为，私有财不可能废除，我们大家都习惯了，不可能一切回到公有。市场从人类有文明到现在就有市场的存在，所以这2个都不可能改变的时候，我们只能选择改变，把劳动商品化做翻转，只能从这里。那劳动商品化要翻转，其实就必须要导入我们今天的主题工地的概念。好，如果今天一群劳动者他自己形成了一个自己可以控制的组织，大家一起共同控制的组织，这个组织就是一个工地。这个工地所产生的任何的效益、任何的利润，在这个系统里面，所有投入参与的人都可以获得。这个就是团结经济。好，那在这个过程里面，其实就很重要了。要形成一个工地，它必须是每一个人在这里的成员都必须要参与，这是很重要的。如果一个系统里面只有少部分的人参与，其他人并没有投入，它没有办法形成工地。它就是少数人所控制。好，那大家都参与，自然而然，权力就会开始分散，对不对？每一个人都参与，每一个人都表达意见，每一个人在这里都不断的去挑战，或者是让整个共识往更好的方向发展，这个权力就会开始分散。分散之后，其实权力越分散，彼此的关系就越平等。那这个越平等的关系，其实会诱发人更多的参与，因为你在这里得到了一个你觉得适合的位置，可以的发展，它会形成正向循环。好，所以这3者之间就是社会资本 （social capital）。好，这个社会资本就是从这里形成。那社会资本跟一般的货币啦、经济的资本不太一样。一般比如说自然资源，你越用，它就会越枯竭。可是社会资本特殊的是，你不用它，它会消失；但是你越使用它，它就会越强韧。我常常有时候跟朋友聊说，你要怎么测试你的社会资本？很简单，把你的手机打开，找出你的通讯录，开始打电话，每一个人跟他说我要跟你借钱。你能借到越多钱，你的社会资本就越强，就是这么简单。好，所以你社会资本是必须要 maintain。好，当这样的一个系统完成了之后，就是一个 SSE 社会团结经济的体系。底下就是随着时间不断的强化彼此之间的关系。好，那这个体系里面 SSE 还有一个特色，因为每个人都参与，每一个人都拥有权利，而且是平等的关系，所以它可以抑制搭便车。其实一个团体里面最怕的就是有人可以搭便车，不劳而获。所以社会团结经济里面，其实必须要透过鼓动所有人的参与、投入，你才有办法有效的避免搭便车的存在。如果放任搭便车不断的扩大，那这个工地最终就会变成，没关系，你们可以这样子不劳而获，那我也来不劳而获。它最终就会变成是越来越私有，越来越私有。好，所以最后一张图，这2张。我其实过去一直在思考，如果社会要变得更好，我们可能都会想说是不是来一个福利国家会比较好？可是后来在接触这个概念，我认为我们可能不能一直思考福利。为什么？ 好，贝弗里奇，英国的社会福利的奠基者，贝弗里奇说，一个良好的社会的形成不是国家在决定，而是取决于公民单独的行动或彼此自由的联合，彼此之间的联合才有办法让整个社会有更好的形态。如果一个社会所有的事情都由国家来决定，国家来提供，各位觉得它会是一个我们期待的好的社会吗？或者是这样的社会，国家的权力会不会越来越大？好，这是一个根本问题。好，那另外一个美国的社区运动的学者，他谈到了一个概念，就是说，如果我们只要能够让人跟人的协作跟连结变得容易，其实大家会想要参与，因为每一天你跟人的互动，其实会累积更多的我们在讲的亲密关系。合作也是如此。可是问题是，福利国家不会产生让我们连结。为什么？福利国家就是国家对个人，我就提供你需要。那既然我满足你的需要了，你跟每一个我提供的对象之间其实是没有被串联起来，所以它还是一个独立的个体。它还是一个独立的个体。好，所以如果我们今天要谈一个社会团结经济，我觉得怎么样形成一个集体，从个体变成集体，会是一个非常重要思考的过程。好，这个过程其实说简单，其实也不简单，但说难也不难。我觉得其实有几个，第一个，如果我们很想做一件事情，那我们就来做。但前提是一个人做跟一群人做的差别，对不对？如果今天你身边有一群人，大家愿意共同做一件事情，那就动手去做。好，那从开始做之间，每一个你的网络里面，从开始做之间就会开始累积什么互动？那累积的互动就会开始累积关系、累积信任、累积合作的一个体系，这样的一个体系就会出现。好，那每一次的行动，你有可能好几种行动在进行。但是每一个行动过程，其实慢慢的去寻找有没有什么样的市场，是可以让我们的行动在这个市场里面得到一个永续发展的机会。经济嘛，我们今天谈的是经济，它还是必须要在市场里面。所以这种行动如何让它在市场或者在社会里面找到了一个我们在讲的经济系统的支持，可以让它稳定的发展下去，那你甚至就可以扩大。好，所以等到有这样的机会的过程里面，其实你会发现，那找到了一个可行的未来，那我们是不是可以在这个过程让更多周边有相同目标的团体、组织可以一起扩大？当你一起扩大，你的影响就不会只是一个小区域，而是你可能会影响一个社区，甚至影响一整个社会。各位，谢谢你们的聆听，这是我对 SSE 的一个分享。好，分享到这边，谢谢。
谢谢 ，Thank you so much. This is amazing, right? Love it, right? This is basically how we started Dow Zero. Like, I met someone and I feel like, oh, we need to do something together. We take the action and then together we build a community. And that, I guess, can expand eventually to a social and solidarity economy. Thank you, Susu, again. The next one we have is Debrusha. And Debrusha is the consultant of Golem Foundation in Octum. I also look forward to this one because she's going to talk about what we can learn from the traditional donation crowdfunding about what motivates people to give. All public goods funding mechanism is about encouraging people to engage in ecosystem. And how do we actually do that? Let's welcome Debrusha.
Hello, I'm really happy to be here. I feel like I will probably not have that many answers, but at least I would like to state some questions that I believe might be interesting for the debate about funding common goods. So first of all, I will be also sharing some things that are connected to my previous career. I don't know if you know that, but it's my second time in Taipei. And I was here for the first time in relation to animal protection work. This is an article from that time. We were working with cage-free eggs then. and working on the introduction of first cage-free eggs in Carrefour, Taipei. It is relevant to what what I'll be speaking about. I was involved in animal protection work for many years. Nowadays, I'm both involved with Octant and Golem Foundation team, but I'm also running a crowdfunding platform that is actually one of the biggest crowdfunding platforms in the world, even though you probably haven't heard of it because it's solely Polish. It's just that crowdfunding is really big in Poland. When most people think about crowdfunding, they mostly think of Kickstarter. So it might be surprising for you that it's actually not the biggest crowdfunding platform in the world, because the biggest one is actually GoFundMe. And maybe this should already tell you something about what I want to say. People are actually GoFundMe. I don't know if you know this this website, especially here, because it's mostly US based, now also growing in Europe. But GoFundMe is only about individual fundraisers for people who need help or for some personal projects. It's only donations based, no financial incentives for you to give. When in Kickstarter, you are mostly getting something out of supporting a project. In GoFundMe, you're just helping another person. And so it might be surprising, but actually GoFundMe grew faster and is now bigger than the Kickstarter, which I find extremely interesting in terms of motivating people and what actually makes people tick. I feel that what one of the most important things that people were crowdfunding in Poland in the last years was actually the war effort in Ukraine. So all those tiny, like Poland is relatively big in this region, but even those tiny countries like Estonia, Lithuania, were collecting massive amounts of money to support Ukraine, trying to fund even military-grade equipment just because they wanted Ukraine to win this war so badly. And in all those countries in the region, you could see really huge increase of the amounts of money donated. And all those people, again, they were not getting anything in return. They just wanted to give money to increase the chances of Ukrainians to win the war. No tokens, no free t-shirts, nothing like that. So I think often when you want to incentivize people into giving, it might be good to actually start with the question, why people give? And in this traditional fundraising and crowdfunding that has like hundreds of years of history, like this original philanthropy, we kind of already know the answer to this question. First of all, giving makes people happy. So when we say that you cannot buy happiness, in a way it's not true. Because there is already research showing that if you give money out of your own will to projects that you support, you're getting much higher increase of happiness than if you got a rise in your job of the same amount. So we can actually buy and sell happiness, and it's through philanthropy. It's through giving to causes that we deeply care about. Which also means that if you are engaged in this, like, in any type of either public goods work or NGO or anything that benefits the society and the world, you are also in the business of selling happiness. And isn't that cool? And also, most of the people engaged in fundraising know that the main reason, like if you want to speak with big donors, the main reason people actually give to causes they care about is that they want to be a part of the world that you create, and that's it. in most cases, they don't really. There's even an interesting, like in Poland, we have a similar platform to Patreon. Patreon might be probably more more interesting to you, more known to you than our platform, Patronite. But Patronite, that's based in Poland, works in exactly the same manner. And they found out that most people don't take the freebies that they get by donating more to various artists. So again, they just want to support artists. They want those artists to keep on creating, doing the good stuff. They are not there for the free stuff. And I thought that, as I said, it's not like I feel like I have a lot of answers on incentivizing people into giving to public goods, but I wanted to share some of the information I feel like I have through being more engaged in animal charities or crowdfunding. Because what I can see is that Web3 space is very big on incentives, on trying to, you know, let's make DAOs cooler by giving out stuff. Let's do some airdrops. Let's give out some NFTs. And I think my first instinct is we should be extremely careful about this. So, for example, one thing that we were able to check and test on our own website. Again, this is like a huge crowdfunding platform with hundreds of new fundraisers starting daily. That for the benefit of our users, we actually need to remove this kind of Kickstarter option because when people were using it, they were less likely to collect the whole amount of money. It basically means that if you, for example, if you're creating a fundraiser because you are sick, or like you need some surgery, or someone in your family needs one, you are more likely to collect the whole sum by just asking people for donations and not giving anything in return. And whenever people were adding those like freebies for donations, they were actually collecting less money. This might be very counterintuitive, but I think when you think deeper about this, there is something interesting there. So often, when NGOs try to attract donations, they also try to give something back. T-shirts are a good example of that. But if I persuaded you to support my NGO because you believe in the cause that we are working on, you are already willing to donate. If I tell you that I can accept the same amount of money and give you a T-shirt in return, I kind of turned you into like shopping mode, not like philanthropic mode, but shopping mode. Now you're thinking, do I need another T-shirt? Do I like this T-shirt? And apparently you're even less likely to give me your money because if you don't like the T-shirt, you're not giving the money. But you're also not giving the money without taking the T-shirt because you feel like a loser. Other people are getting the T-shirt for the same amount of money. Why should you give and not get anything in return? So what we saw on like hundreds of thousands of examples was that actual incentives made people less likely to donate, which is kind of crazy, but also maybe tells something actually good and interesting about humanity. I think two other questions that I would also consider, again thinking about financial incentives, is, are you attracting the right crowd? And my intuition tells me, and this is also something that I based on actual conversations with people who seem like they're interested in such stuff as common goods, is that I think this space here actually has a very good, it might be a very good introduction to people who had nothing to do with Web3 before. And it has this potential of actually showing this kind of better side of Web3 for the world that mostly see it as like crypto bros and don't even want to touch it with the stick. So I feel that, and again, there is a lot of research. If you are interested in any of it, just please talk to me about it later on. But there is some research supporting this area, this idea that we should actually try to make people do things also for the right reason. There is this research, for example, connected to climate change. That if you get people to save energy by making them buy stuff, you might actually make them a bit more materialistic, and in the long run, you're actually not making them conserve energy whatsoever. So I just believe that there are some things here to be careful about and to think about more carefully. And maybe the good question is also, why do we always assume that incentives are best, that humans are strongly that incentives are always the best way to move humans? So let's start with a question. Are you here? And I'm not speaking only about this event, but rather about this technological space, basically for the money. And if you are, please put your hand up. And of course, okay, there's one person there. And I know it might be hard to put your hand up here in this situation because people might judge you. I'm totally aware of that. Sorry, But I believe that the reason we believe that everybody else is motivated by money is that there is interesting research showing our biases in terms of the way we look at other people. And this research was here people were trying to evaluate what motivates people at work. And you know, we basically go to work to earn money. There's no doubt about it. That's like the main reason we're there. But still, whenever the researchers were asking individual persons what mostly motivates them in their work, they were giving such reasons as, you know, I want to grow, I want to receive some recognition, it's my passion, you know, I'm motivated by meaning. So they could see that it's not like that money didn't matter, it's that there was like lots of other reasons why people were working in a certain space, in certain position, or in certain company. We can definitely see this huge shift of people actually wanting to work in companies that have this positive impact in the world. So this is something that really matters to people. But whenever they asked employees, what do you think other people are motivated by? They actually mentioned money much more often than when they were thinking about this themselves. So apparently there is this inherent bias when we think that it's just, you know, we are angels. We're only here for the right reasons. But everybody else just wants the money. So my feeling is that the fact that we always assume that it's only money that will incentivize people to do things kind of comes from this clash between how much we understand ourselves and how much insight we have into the thoughts and, you know, dreams of other people. And, you know, apparently we are, as a humanity, we're generally much better than we think. I have to say that I also sometimes wonder if one of the problems that's already kind of visible in Web3 space is that there's already too much money here. And this is also something that I have observed in NGO space. The NGO that I started was focusing on farmed animals. Farmed animals are the animals that people mostly consume. They don't keep them at homes, which means that they are also not that likely to donate to help us save them in any way. There were no EU programs to support us. There were no government grants. We could only depend on individual donations of small donors. At the same time, at least in Poland, you could see that, for example, women's rights movement and LGBT movement had a lot of external support, either from Norway or from European Union or entities like this. The problem started when Poland started having a right-wing government. Then you could see that all those organizations that were dependent on big money from big foundations and international donors like European Union, because before that, they did not learn how to actually communicate very effectively with the public, and the right-wing government cut the funding to them. It was a disaster for some time. They had to learn how to communicate with people from scratch. And I kind of feel that when I look at the way the Web3 space communicates with outside public, it doesn't look as if this space actually wanted someone to understand. And for me, it almost looks like those NGOs that are getting too much funding. Like, you kind of depend on the grant money, on the donor money, so it makes NGOs really effective in communicating with the donors and have zero experience and almost zero attempts with communicating with regular people. And I think in the long run, it's actually harming the space. It's super important to really learn how to communicate with the public, how to communicate with the mainstream to be able to progress. So what motivates people to give? First of all, it's really emotions. And I think it's not so bad. We are formed both of reason and emotions, and there is nothing bad with acknowledging that emotions also play a role in what we do. We need to learn to tell compelling stories. We need to acknowledge that people actually want to be part of something bigger than themselves. And we have to do things that people actually care about, but also learn how to explain to them why they should care. We spent sometimes years or at least months thinking about why our project matters. We cannot assume that people will instantly just get it. We have to learn how to explain it better. And again, I wanted to give you some example from again, my previous work, because making people care about farmed animals isn't always easy. As I said, those are animals that people tend to eat. So they have all the reasons to not care about them, because caring about them is costly. So what activists actually noticed is that sometimes you can make people care by showing people other people who care about animals, kind of introducing almost like a human translator of emotions. And this is what influenced a lot of visual storytelling in this space. I'm not saying that this will be the answer to the Web3. I just wanted to give it as an example of creative thinking on how to make people move. And I strongly believe that incentives look easy, and sometimes, every now and then, they might be a good answer to problems, but I also believe that there is much more interesting field of those human emotions and striving for purpose that this space haven't explored yet, and we should definitely do much more about this. Thank you. And this is my contact if you want to discuss more.
Thank you, Debrusha. That was so interesting. I kept nodding my head, like, yes, 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 that's the thing. Thank you, James, for introducing Debrusha to us. It was really, really valuable. Great. The next keynote speaker we have here is Joe Lim. He's from South Venture, and today he'll be sharing about the social impact bonds cases on and off chain. Let's welcome Joe Lim.
Hello, my name is Joe. This is my third time, I think, to Taipei. And I've been coming here for a lot of impact conferences. This is the first time coming to a blockchain one. Just to give a little background about me, I've been in the nonprofit space for maybe a dozen, 15 years or something like that. And I've worked in the United Nations, then transferred over a little bit to the blockchain space, but also to the K-pop space. And so we started 3 years ago our own K-pop label. Next year, our team is going to debut in the United States. So if you ever hear about them, yeah, but they're not on NFTs yet, nor are they on blockchain. So, but today I want to talk to you about something that's a big passion of mine, which is to see more effective problem solving in the impact space. Because I've been working in nonprofits for a very long time, and I've been frustrated not because there are bad people in the impact space, but because we lack resources to solve the problems that we need to solve together. So one item and one model that I've been looking into, I know that there was a talk on social impact bonds in the morning. We've been doing social impact bonds about 5 times in Korea, and I wanted to share a little bit of my experience, perhaps some insights, and perhaps opportunities for the blockchain space to bring in essential resources for blockchain to be used in the real world in a way that solves real problems. So let's get into it. Sorry, it's a little wordy, but just to get started, why do we need SIBs? Okay, so SIBs, before I explain what it is, there are problems in this world that need a lot of attention, super important problems, but they're unprofitable, and so nobody really cares about them. The most experienced, the most talented, the best solution providers cannot stay in that space for a long time because it doesn't make money, right? That's the problem. And it's very similar to retro PGFs that we're talking about. The challenge is, how do we make doing something good for everyone else profitable enough so that people could continue to work in the space for a very long time? It's a sustainability issue, okay? And so we're trying to solve this through a very unique model called SIBs. And SIBs, very different from retro PGFs, depend their source of money on tax money, okay? So what SIB really is, in my understanding, is decentralizing the way you use tax money to make it much more effective in delivering the results that we all want. All right, how do we do that? I know it's a very complex model, just 3 steps, quick and easy. How do SIBs work? We get invested, we propose a proposal. We're going to be doing X and X. And we ask somebody, a rich person or a philanthropic foundation or an investor, to invest in the project, and we use that money to deliver a result. But we had a promise. We already made a promise with a certain government or a certain institution saying, if we meet a certain result, you'll pay us, right? And that's why we got investor money. And so with the success of the project, we're able to give back the original invested money plus interest, okay? That's how SIBs work. How is it different to retro PGFs? For SIBs, we use investors' money. For retro PGFs, usually you use your own money to get a project done and get the results that were promised, and then you get the money back and you keep the money for yourself, okay? That's basically the model for retro PGFs. All right, so these 2 models, how do they fare? They hinge on and many speakers already beat this subject down, but SIBs and RPGFs hinge very largely on how we measure impact. Because unless we're able to measure impact, we cannot go to a government entity and say, we're going to take your money. Because there's an example here. One of the latest projects that we got off the ground is on suicide prevention in Korea. Okay? Korea is #1 in suicide rates. We're not proud of it. And we needed something to do about it, but nobody, I mean, it's not a profitable space at all. And so nobody could really work in that space to prevent suicides. There are many volunteers who are willing to talk to people who are depressed and having a difficult time, but the best professionals who are able to help are not in that space. And so we made a social impact project where we brought in a whole system, an online system where we allowed people to we got into anonymous spaces and we picked out keywords that are dangerous and they're funneled in so that they could get counseling. Now, we had to get money to do this. So we went to a government entity. We showed them, oops, sorry about that. We showed them an indicator, which was alleviation of depression. That was our success indicator. We said, there is a tool called PHQ-9, which is the indicator used by everyone around the world on how to measure depression. It's used on all hospitals. And we said, we did our calculation. It took 70 pages of calculation, by the way, on how much social cost you're able to save if we're able to go up 1 tick on this PHQ-9 scale. Okay? PHQ-9 is a 9-question questionnaire you take within like 2 minutes, and at the end it asks you how many times have you thought about suicide in the last month. Now, it categorizes you into low risk, medium risk, high risk. And every time you're in the high risk category, and if you're bumped to a medium risk category, the social cost is about $10,000. But if you're bumped up all the way to a not depressed category, then the social cost savings is about $110,000 per person who is bumped up. And through experience, we saw that many people who got counseling for over 8 sessions were able to get bumped up 1 notch or another. So we said, we went to a government entity and said, hey, let's say it was Seoul City. We're going to be approaching 500 people who are high risk, and we're going to be trying to get them to a better place by the end of the year. And we're going to be measuring them before and after intervention. And we're sure that we're able to reach about $18 million of social cost savings. This is our first project, so it's a pilot one. So if we're able to save at least $18 million worth of social cost savings, you're going to be paying the project money plus 14% per year of interest to us. And they said, well, how much are we actually going to pay? We said, you're going to be paying $750,000, and that's it. And they're like, really? For having saved 18 million in social costs? We said, yes, because we do our job better than what the government does, right? And so they couldn't say no, because it was a good deal. By the way, if we do not achieve the $18 million, they could pay less. And if we achieve under $800,000, they don't have to pay at all. We're saving taxpayers' money for them. So the government is like, well, this is a no-loss deal for us. So we currently have convinced 19 different government entities in Korea to do this. And they're like lined up right now to work with us on social impact bonds. What is important though in order to take tax money to do SIBs? Number 1, measurement needs to be easy. PHQ-9 takes 2 minutes and we could get accurate results. Number 2, the measurement needs to be publicly recognized. Everybody uses PHQ-9 around the world. And lastly, the social cost calculation needs to be agreed on by the outcome payers or the outcome payer, right? Okay, so what are some notable SIBs around the world? Just very quickly, SIBs were 2010. I'm sure you heard of this already, but they did this in the UK. It's a 5-year program, £5 million, and when succeeded, the investors would get about 3% of interest per year, which is very measly. What happened then, let me just go because of time, is in Korea, we translated this model and we put it on blockchain. Why do we put it on blockchain? For many reasons. Number one, once people are tied into an investment of 5 years, they can't get the money back for 5 years, and there's a liquidity problem. So what we did was we took the whole process, we put it into smart contracts in the Ethereum using Solidity, and everything got automatic. And secondly, we were able to tokenize the contracts themselves and made it able to be traded. Unfortunately, our users or our investors were not too familiar with blockchain, so it never got traded throughout the whole 5 years. But again, this is only because this model has not been developed closely with the blockchain community, and I'm here presenting this in hopes that we're able to connect to potential partners who can further develop this to introduce it the right way to the blockchain community so that we could have more liquidity, actual trading of the contracts that are being done through us. Now, another thing is nobody really traded it for us, but once it could get traded, we could do cross-border investments, and we don't have to be restricted to just Korean investors in Korea who institutional investors are looking at this and going, this is a very new product. I don't know, they're very conservative, by the way. And so we do need to have access to other types of money that is interested in doing social impact. So, what kind of projects did we do so far? We had 2 projects that ended successfully. One that is ending next year, and they're on track, so it's gonna be a success, highly likely. We have 2 projects that were created post 2020. Unfortunately, we had some, the whole Korean economy had some issues in money being moved around, and that's post-COVID. And so we actually don't have the investments. We have all the money from the government set up, ready to be deployed. They're in our banks, just no investors. So we have one project on youth employment, second on the suicide prevention, that is. And if you look at the interest rates, we were able to raise it much higher than the global average, and even higher on the last one because we were having the interest rate hike was so high that we needed to also push up ours. It's 14% per year for us. That is, I think, like a global high. I've never seen it that high. Now, this is the last page, and I wanted to emphasize the opportunity and the potential for the growth of SIBs. SIBs are an incredible, innovative way to solve social problems that hinges on the fact that the government is doing their job incredibly inefficiently. We are banking on the fact that the government is not going to do their job well. And this is just a fact. I've worked in the United Nations. I've worked with 193 governments around the world, and most of them, if not all of them, could be labeled as inefficient, okay? Now, there's a lot of reasons for that, but what is important is that the SIB is able to take the same government tax money, go to the government and say, listen, there's a better way to do this with better people, better incentives in a decentralized way where we could solve real problems in a measurable way and only pay tax money when the results are delivered, okay? So when we look at the average state, the way they're doing it, goal setting, quite vague. Yeah, it is set on paper, but it's still vague. Incentives, I say misaligned because usually governments just really want to spend the money instead of getting the results out. Executions could be satisfactory or not. It's a risk, it's a gamble. Measurement, most of the time these days in improved states, they're measured, but the measurement is also quite arbitrary. The reason I say it's arbitrary is because the extent that we go to create our measurement calculation, we went 70 pages, 80 pages into one measurement. This is, that is not the level that governments are going to set in their indicators for every project that they do. And so I'm not trying to say SIB is the best thing for the world. I'm just saying it's a much more efficient way to be able to spend government money. And total global government expenditure is $35.6 trillion. And that's not for the 4 years. It's because data doesn't exist for many countries in many years. So global expenditure is 35.6 trillion. It's about 40% of GDP in most countries. SIB could utilize a lot of diversified funding sources, including utilizing the monies that have interest in the blockchain communities. We do need to further establish SIB as an asset class because it's not something that has been introduced to the markets yet. Once we get governments to lock in the money needs to be stored somewhere. And we would love that money to be stored on blockchain so that it could be trusted, it could be put on escrow, and once conditions are met, that it could be released, calculated and released automatically. We actually have, going back, oops. Oh no, I'm out of battery. Okay, so we actually have all of that programmed and open sourced for everyone to use. So if you, sorry, the slide's not moving. If you Google Smart SIB source code, then you could get it. It's already open for all of you to use and utilize. You could customize it for your own use, but we've done it, we've used it, and we're releasing it for everyone else. But if you, I'll stick around after this talk. I'd love to connect with any of you who are interested in the details. Also, if you know of anyone in this space who I should be talking to, very happy to be connected. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Joe. Just leave it over. Yeah. Thank you so much, Joe. We are coming to the end of the day. Next, I would like to welcome Dev Lewis. He's a research fellow with Digital Asia Hub. This is going to be a really special session with special equipment. Let's welcome, oh, and he's going to talk about Layer Zero, ancient Asian philosophies and new worlds. Let's welcome Dev Lewis.
Thank you so much, Vivian. Hi, everybody. Hi, I'm so happy to be here in Taipei. And I think for the last 2 days, there's been so much going on, so much mind-expanding content. So before I fill you with more information, I'd like to just take a pause for just a moment. And if you feel comfortable, I would like you all to stand up. And just very quickly, stretch right up into the heavens, the metaphorical heavens. And you can feel if you want to stretch left and right. And if you feel comfortable, you can just stay standing for a few moments. It's nice to remember that we have bodies as well, in addition to our minds, absorbing and processing. And if you like, you can close your eyes just for a few moments and just ground yourself right here in this space. Remember that we are also in this space, a commons, all of us together. here in Taipei. Let's move into the space of gratitude for the humans that have made this possible. The humans of DAO, Taipei, of DAO Zero, Taipei, Funding the Commons. Let's remember that we all have a shared connection, shared motivations, feelings, and ideas. So if you feel comfortable, take a deep breath and just keep grounding. And I'm just going to play this for a few moments. Just feel into the connection that we have. The reason that we're here to build this commons, and just thank all the people, the land of Taiwan that exists and that has allowed us to have this discussion where we talk about democracy and technology, public spaces, and public goods. Great. You can now sit down. I'll keep standing if you like. I'm just going to put my timer so I stick to time. And thank you all for being here and bringing your energy and your ideas. I want to talk about something that I've been working recently on, which is Layer Zero, or thinking about new worlds informed by ancient philosophies. And I really want to ground into the human, right? Because that's why we're all here. I think Funding the Commons, I love that it exists to sort of change human coordination, the incentives of human coordination to push ourselves, our species, into something towards public goods, public spaces, commons, creating tools and platforms that can help solve so many of our social problems. And it's been wonderful hearing the presentations of the last 2 days, talking about new protocols, open source software, hypercerts, and decentralized IDs, and social bonds, and all these sort of innovations in the technology stack that so many of you here in the room are building. And it's wonderful that you are. It gives us, it's amazing that you're pushing the sort of boundaries in terms of what we can create. And one of the things I heard a lot was about incentives, right? About what makes us do things, what makes us share, what makes us contribute. And I think some of the most important layers sometimes that we don't often bring attention to is the human layer. And this is the layer that I think called Layer Zero. This is a really subtle layer. It's a layer of ideas, of belief systems, the sort of stories we tell ourselves about who we are as humans, why we are here, what we want to achieve, the myths and the stories about our culture, about where we've come from and where we want to go, our concepts of human nature and self. It's also such a subtle layer of trauma, right, that all of us as we go through in life from an early age, or even our ancestors, and this trauma that informs how we feel, how we think, what we want to share, and what we think is right and wrong in this world. So in this human layer, I say it's even downstream from incentives. So all the incentives that we try to design in our platforms, they all come from what we believe in, come from what we think as true to ourselves and what we true as humans. And what happens when the stories that we tell ourselves are so important, because we have a lot of examples where regardless of the technology that we build, we sort of seem to be recreating the same mistakes over and over again, right? I think so many people in this room here are building tools because you're trying to sort of correct or build something new. Yet why do we keep reverting back to the same stories? We keep building tools and platforms of extraction around consumption, around ideas of power and power taking from the weak, and this being as just, this as being as what is fair. Free basics, WorldCoin, Web 2, Web 3, not very different in function. And one of the most successful projects to come out of the last sort of bull run, if you want to say, the Bored Apes project, right? It's like raising millions of dollars to build another metaverse, a game, push more content, rather than build things that I think all of us here care about, right? Why are we eventually sort of going into that direction of constantly building these kinds of tools? I think it's worth reflecting. And it's not the technology, because the technology has always offered us different possibilities, but it's what we as humans ultimately feel is in my best interest, based on the beliefs and the values that we hold. Tim Wu, a Harvard professor, a Columbia professor, in his book Master Switch, sort of showed how throughout the 20th century, as sort of media started out decentralized, from the telegram to radio, film, and then the internet, and eventually, through the power of market forces, becomes centralized, captured by the forces, captured by authority. And here we come again with Web3 and blockchain, trying to disrupt this. And we hope and we want and we believe that we're going to build something new. But we have to remember that we're fighting against invisible forces, powerful forces that exist not just outside, but in our minds. And we are products of these very systems that we want to change. I think this is something that is really important to consider. That our minds, from a very early age, are trained, just like the AIs in our pockets and in our computers, trained to think in certain ways, trained to believe that what is it that we want from life, and what is it that's really important and that's worth fighting over, worth going into war over, worth abusing, worth hating, worth disconnecting from, and bringing attention. And it raises a question to me, which is how do I even reimagine when my mind and my ability to imagine itself is a product of the very systems that we all want to change, the systems of extraction, systems of consumption. And this is sort of a landing point that maybe I want to leave you with, is around how do we find this change? How do we make this change on this layer zero level, where we can then push on to build the transformative technologies and fulfill the potential of the technology that you want to build? And this is where I come into Asian philosophies. And it's beautiful that we're here in Taiwan, a land where so much of Asian spiritual systems have converged. Buddhism, Taoism, we have Zen, we have so many powerful sort of humanistic systems that have come together and made this country possible in going over centuries. And it's these very roots that I think can be a GPS for us to navigate and for us to think through in our own inner and outer journeys of how do we make this evolution and move forward. And I want to share a little bit in the very short period of time I have, because these are very huge themes and topics, but in the very short time that we have together, is one of the key principles or the key sort of base of Asian philosophies. It's about interconnectedness. I heard this in Ellie's presentation yesterday, in so many presentations about the shared, what is it that makes us human? And this idea that we are not separate individuals from each other, nor are we separate from our planet or from the technology that we build. There's a certain oneness that brings us all together. There's a certain oneness that makes us feel alive. And it's this oneness that sometimes we feel hard to remember. We've forgotten. We've been glued to what is it that we are glued to. And this can be a fundamental principle, I think, to inform to how we think about ourselves into relation with the world. There's a beautiful sort of framework that I want to share, which I think can help us think through how we think about our relationship with technology. Yu Kuei, a scholar based in Hong Kong, in his book, talked about Chinese cosmotechnics. And it's this idea that technology can be a very important layer that mediates our connection with something larger, our connection with our life force, our connection that makes all of us conscious and alive. And it's this relational thinking where technology mediates this reality. Yet, it's not hard to see today that technology in so many ways is taking us apart, taking us further away apart. And that's also true, and that's also happening. And what he shows us is we can imagine a world where we have this unification of the Tao and the Qi. So this is a Chinese concept from Taoism and from Confucianism, this idea of the Tao, which is the cosmos, and the Qi, which is the tool of the technic. And this idea that we can make technology serve our greater human purpose and and that can be the highest fulfillment of technology rather than taking us apart. And so this is a question that I think is valid for all technologists in the room, or all of us, right? What are we optimizing technology for? What is it that we want to create? What is it that really makes us content and fulfills us and makes us happy? And I don't have a lot of time, but there's two stories from Zhuangzi, who's one of the most famous, well-known Chinese philosophers within the space of Taoism. The butcher of Baoding, which is a famous story which many of you in the room are maybe well aware of. He's a butcher who says that while other butchers change their knives every 1 month, a bad butcher changes his knife every 1 month, a good one every 1 year. I never change my knife ever because my carving of the bull is guided by a sort of an understanding, a greater guidance and a connection, an awareness of this connection, which makes my knife, the technology, even more powerful, even more meaningful, even more purposeful. And this is an example of technology guided by this higher truth, by this sort of nature. This other example of how the sort of technology can take us away from what it means to be human is the story of when a man walks into a farmer and sees him farming the fields. And he asks him, haven't you heard of this new technology that allows you to water the entire fields just from standing in this one position? And he turns to the man and says, I know about this technology, but the reason I don't do it because it will mean I will develop a jishin or what can be translated as a machine heart, but I think the better translation, as what Yukui explains, is a calculative mind, because the heart and the mind in Chinese can be similar concepts. And this idea that we will lose focus of what makes us human and got caught in this game of incentives and manipulation and extraction and forget what is it that actually we want to feel here alive. So how do we imagine this new commons? How do we imagine this layer zero evolution? So we've talked about, decentralized infrastructure, the plurality and the vision that our friends here in Taiwan have been working on, and that's so great that we're sort of building this. Michelle Bowen, the scholar, talks about this cosmo-local economies and these ideas of sort of new economies and new communities that are possible. And that's all wonderful, and it's great that all of you in the room here are working and building on these platforms and tools, and I think that's really powerful stuff that's happening. So what could be some of those sort of new values? What could be some of these layer zero evolutions? I think here we can sort of bring our attention to this idea again of oneness and move into not just talking about it, it's not just lip service, it's not just another buzzword, but feel it, experience it. This is what Asian philosophy is all about. It's about experiential, direct experience rather than knowledge or mind level conceptual. It's about evolution over revolution, about being present, truly being in this moment and knowing that there is no future, that mythical future that we're always trying to build through our goals and plans, but to really ground into where we are today and build the world where we are today. And I say layer zero, and because zero has another level of significance in Asia. I come from India, and the word shunya, the number shunya, zero, represents something much more deeper than zero or nothing. It's actually the emptiness and fullness all together. This idea of the void of something much more powerful that is all in us all at a much deeper level. In Zen Buddhism, they talked about the wuxin, or the no mind. And this idea of what happens when you free your mind of all the stories, of all the myths about what you've been told for your entire life, about fame, power, money, identity, all of these things, to free your mind and find a level, find an inner intrinsic incentive about why you want to live, what you want to contribute, and participate in building this new commons from that space where you can really open up, and really build this new world. Because it's important to remember that we are living in this system of what you want to call it, of consumerism, of capitalism. I'm not going to be the person that dies on the hill of trying to sort of talk about ending systems, but I think it's really important to sort of remember that this isn't an outer journey. This starts at home. This starts with all of us, and to sort of really bring our attention to what is it that makes us human, and how can we look towards new frameworks to build around and to guide us, our lives on a day-to-day basis. So these are some of the ideas that I'm sort of hoping to sort of take forward in my own work. I work with an organization called Digital Asia Hub. We're a think tank in Hong Kong, and we sort of organize workshops and conferences around how critiquing our relationship with technology. A project I'm starting out called Light Forest, which is looking at how Asian spiritual philosophies can inform our relationship with technology. And I'm based in Chiang Mai, and I would love to sort of have this conversation with all of you, learn more about the technology that you're building, and see and build this sort of new world that I think is happening. We can all feel it, we can all see it sometimes, and I think it's really great that we all have this opportunity to be here. And so again, so thankful to our hosts here, Funding the Commons, and GovZero, TaoZero, and all our friends here in Taipei. So thank you so much, and safe travels for those of you going back soon, and hope to talk to you soon.
Thank you, Dad. I really love it. Love the whole presentation and love the thing. What is it called again?
It's called a happy drum or a
Happy
drum.
drum.
Yeah.
Happy drum. I hope you guys are all happy after the thing. Great. So we are entering our last panel. It's on philosophies for public goods funding. And for this one, we're going to have a really, really amazing lineup, having some of our really incredible speakers in the past few days joining us on the stage. Let me welcome the first moderator. It's Jackie Wong. So before Jackie starting the whole panel, Jackie's actually organizing Taipei Blockchain Week, which is happening tomorrow till the 16th. It's a 6-day event. It's a whole week with 3 days of hackathon and 3 days of conferences. It's really packed. It's gonna be amazing. And feel free to reach out for code to join Taipei Blockchain Week. And okay, great. Let's welcome Jackie. The next one we have is someone we already heard from yesterday. It's LA, the founder of Drips. LA? And then we have Julian, the founder of Octon. We heard about Octon this morning from James, and now we can hear from Julian. Last but not least, we have David Casey, our very own executive director of Funding the Commons. Let's welcome all of our panelists, and Jakey, please take it away.
Hey everyone, good morning guys. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Everyone's been giving really exciting talks yesterday, today. This is the last panel of Funding the Commons, so I'm really excited to try to tie it all together in a more philosophical way. So to start off, I think a lot of people here might already know you guys, but let's, just in case people don't, why don't we give a 1-minute introduction of who you guys are, what do you guys do? Would you start?
Cool, yeah. Hey everyone, my name is Eleftherios. I'm originally from Greece, but I'm based in Berlin, Germany. I previously founded the Radical project, which is a decentralized code collaboration network, and the Drips project, which is a tooling for funding your critical software dependencies.
I'm Julian Zawistowski, mostly based in Warsaw, Poland. I'm leading Golem Foundation, which is a spin-off of Golem project, which was one of the very first project to be crowdfunded on Ethereum through the token sale. Yes, and our main project is Octant at the moment, with the focus on public goods funding and the GLM use case.
All right. David Casey here, Director of Funding the Commons, based in the San Francisco Bay Area and globally. And we do these conferences around the world, as well as hackathons and builder residencies for developers of open source public goods. And we are really focused on bringing together the builders, researchers, academics, protocols that are unified around the desire to more effectively fund public goods and experiment and innovate on how to do so better. Thank you.
So my name is Jackie. I'm organizer of Putzidao, and we're also having our conference next, starting tomorrow, Taipei Blockchain Week next door. So to talk about public goods, I think really comes down to how do we measure impact, how do we fund things that are impactful, and what is the right way to fund impact and the right source of funding for impact. So these are the high-level points we're going to touch about today. And I would like to start off the first question about what is the best way to measure, quantify impact? Would you like to start?
Yeah, I mean it's a really broad question. I think my short answer on this, it very much depends on who you are, your value system, the community you're part of. The answer is very different, if you are a government, and I know that we had some participants from the government here, or if you are an extremely well-funded DAO, or you're a traditional corporation. So it depends, it depends on what is it that you want to see in the world. I think the main point that I want to communicate here is that the question is important, right? So the question is important, and your community, it is important for your community to actually try to engage in the question. But I feel that the answers will be very much depending on what you're really trying to accomplish and what kind of world you envision. So maybe we can go deeper if someone wants to go deeper. But
yeah, I may. So this is in a way like a political question, because when you're measuring impact, of course, it's to inform you whether it was worth funding that, whether the funding should continue. And this is never a binary decision, in a way that there is always an opportunity cost. So if you fund something, you do not fund something else. At least if this is like a limited resources allocation problem. And because of that, at the end of the day, you need to measure things just to inform the public. But at the end of the day, you need a good mechanism for the public to take the decision based on exactly their value systems, what they think is important, what they think is not important. I hope that builds well on what you said.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
David?
so echoing what both of you said, the values are important. Like, what are we valuing? And I think it's important to be explicit about that and state the values. The community for whom the impact is being measured is important. So we use this word public goods very broadly, but generally there is a specific public, whether it's the crypto community, the population of Taiwan, the population of the planet Earth. These are all kind of like different publics. So for whom is the impact being measured, and who is doing the measuring? Is the measurer or the evaluator trusted by the community that the impact is intended for? Is it community-driven measurement, or is it more like a top-down measurement? So I think these are all interesting questions to look at when designing an impact evaluation system.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of new.
Yeah, if I can add one more thought here, is that I think taking a more practical perspective of where as a space we are with regards to public goods funding, I would say that the main impact that we're collectively having is the fact that we engineering a culture of valuing public goods. Like, if you really think about what has happened in the space since since funding public goods started to become a movement, I think that look at some of the biggest success stories like Gitcoin or RetroPGF. Still, it's very hard for some of those projects to actually talk about impact. But we all collectively can see that, well, they have sparked the interest around funding public goods. They have made that part of the agenda, right? So I think, continuing to push this idea of let's, move away from the degenerate and, selfish nature of the crypto space, and let's create something that actually values public good is I think a lot more valuable at the moment, rather than trying to actually get extremely precise on this is the precise impact that, my allocation had on Gitcoin round one. I don't try to discredit that, and I think that we're getting to the place now that actually being able to measure the impact that each of those different mechanisms and each of these different communities are having is very, very important. But I think it's important that we recognize where we are in that journey.
It sounds like how we measure impact for public goods is something that's really contextual and subjective to, where you're from or what you're building and who are people who are verifying the impact. And you mentioned a lot of different mechanisms of kind of providing public goods, including like quadratic funding, quadratic voting, retro PGF. When you go about designing a way to fund public goods, what mechanism do you choose, and what's the philosophy behind each of those decisions? Maybe David, you want to start with this one?
Yeah, I think we have a couple people on stage innovating in design of public goods funding systems. For me, again, it's like, what is the community that we are directing the public goods funding towards? What is the value system of that community? How can we make the community participate to the optimum or maximum capacity in the process of designing the system and having input and again controlling the evaluation and measurement. Yeah, those are some thoughts. I want to give the stage to you too.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is like the obvious for us here on the stage, but that may be not obvious for the whole audience. That I will try to connect some of the dots that were like mentioned in the speeches before. So one of them was what Dobrusha said, that this like a space like is like a flooded with money, in a way. So like money is not an issue. So what is an issue? An issue is like how we take decisions, how we exactly decide what is important, what is not important. And I think that the fact that we are witnessing this like a growing regenerative like a momentum for this space is not only because like as decentralized blockchain Web3 space we need some healing factor after all the bads that happened over the past few years, and we are kind of like looking for the goal, for the purpose of what we are doing, and that niche like fits nicely. But I think the second problem is that we can more and more see that like a legacy mechanism we have for the resources allocation, so basically like through the governments, are less and less efficient. They are not really suitable to the problems we face as the modern world. And then coming to the methods, like this is like whether this is like a quadratic funding or quadratic voting or like any other like a fashionable method. At the end of the day, this is like just a tool. But this is like a tool which also like becomes part of the answer, because I think that we as the space have this like a strong tendency to go towards like a mechanism designs, even if they are not about like exploiting people greed, but just like incentivize like what matters. And I think like ultimately that's like part of the bigger solution of the whole system you want to build for this particular problem.
Yeah, and I want to add something interesting that we as an industry have an opportunity for, which is designing and experimenting and innovating with public goods funding systems that can be exported beyond Web3 into the kind of real world and give crypto the purpose that it's been looking for many years.
Yeah, to add my perspective on the question, I would like to first echo the point that the previous presenter from Octan made, that we tend to over-index on mechanisms, like the space really has a thing for mechanisms. But if you actually look at the mechanisms, they have their holes, right? And maybe something else is happening behind the scenes. So what I mean by that is that, when I first look at Gitcoin, I was, as a person that engaged in mechanism design, I was actually skeptical because of the identity component, right? Like, how can you do this in a decentralized setting? But in fact, Gitcoin has been extremely successful, in my opinion, not because, people understand quadratic funding. Actually, we've done a lot of guerrilla research, and if you go speak to someone and you try to explain to them what quadratic funding means, people don't grasp the math. They struggle with the math, in fact. But what Gitcoin really nailed was that it managed to actually make, bringing a community together to decide about public goods, independent of the mechanism. And I think this is extremely powerful. And I would like to share a story from, my own journey. When we started the Radical project, in one of the first sessions we had, we were like talking with the team about the fact that, hey, we want to make this a DAO. We want to make this be a thing where, decision making actually, is not centralized on a few individuals. And at the time we had around, 15 people in the room, and I asked them, like, how many of you have actually participated in some form of decentralized decision making organization? And there was not a single hand, not including mine, right? So what I'm trying to say with that is that I think this idea of having communities get together to decide which public goods to fund, I think this is even more powerful than the mechanisms. I think, and now like going to RetroPGF, same story with RetroPGF is actually fantastic. It's a definition thing. If you really look at like, how does the voting happen? I'm sure that not a single person in the room knows how are the badge holders selected? Can one of you answer? Like, probably you don't know that, right? So you see that as a mechanism design, we're still patching, and that's absolutely okay. But I think the main contribution that RetroPGF is bringing to the group is that, oh, well, look, we're actually using all of those things. These things having an impact. Can we retroactively go fund them? So what I'm trying to say is that mechanisms are great, and there are a lot of great ones. We actually, have developed something that we call dependency funding, which we're doing with DRIPS, which tries to value what you're doing now, not like, prospective or retrospective. We think it's exciting, but all in all, I think culture is the thing that matters the most. Can we create a culture of giving, and can we make that part of daily operations and enable more people to experience that?
Culture, values, and bring in a community to make decisions together. We mentioned a lot about Gitcoin as a really successful example. So let's talk about the funding sources. What type of sources of funding do you guys find acceptable? There's a famous case recently about Shell's collaboration with Gitcoin to accelerate climate solutions, and some people criticize it as greenwashing. What are you guys' take on that situation? Is any funding source okay, or what are the how do you judge if a funding source is okay or not okay?
Yeah, I have some pretty strong opinions on this one. Okay. So for those who are less aware of the history of Shell, you can look up Ken Saro-Wiwa, a Nigerian environmental activist and filmmaker who was basically hanged, assassinated, executed in 1995. The Shell Corporation was brought to court and settled out of court, paid $15 million to his family. He was basically covering and documenting the pollution and contamination in his indigenous homeland of Nigeria. And so for me, the reputation cost of associating with these kinds of entities is extremely dangerous, in my opinion, for a brand like Gitcoin, which has built such a positive reputation over so many years. I think there are ways to take donations and funding without strongly associating with a brand. I don't know if Shell in particular, if there is a way to do it with a corporation like Shell. I think there's a spectrum of corporations that have varying degrees of crimes that they've committed in the past, and not to say that they can't atone for their sins, but from the perspective of a public goods funding protocol like Gitcoin, I think that the kind of risk to reputation is pretty extreme in that case in particular.
Anything to add?
Yeah, I think David, I agree with what David said. It very much again depends on the values of that community, right? I like the way I experienced that. I saw the backlash on Twitter, which shows that there was some disconnect, between the action of partnering with Shell and what that community values, or the way this partnership was either designed or communicated. Beyond that is a subjective call. A part of me says, well, capital going towards funding and sustaining and maintaining public goods, that's good. That's a good thing, and I personally, wouldn't I would be supportive of that, but under the conditions that David said. It's a really subtle line. Anyone that has dealt with a decision like that will know that it's a really elegant play navigating, those different incentives.
Anything to add for Julian?
Well, yeah. I can add to that. That to me, regardless of what shall is and what they did in the past, you could say about any cooperation with any corporation, any cooperation with a corporation, that it feels a little bit like in the earlier days of the blockchain movement, when we had a huge announcement, this or that big company starts using the blockchain technology for this or that. And usually that was just useless shilling, and at the end of the day it turned out that was some kind of a custom-made proof of authority blockchain, which was a nonsense in any possible way. But on the other hand, you could say that this is something that helps mainstream things, build awareness and so on. So that could seem like being non-obvious. But I think that at the end of the day, if you want to really change things, advance the change, well, you should not sleep with your enemy, probably. And I think that in that case, that would be the case exactly. And on top of that, I would also think that I also think that what is really important is to build things that are a long-term sustainable, and and of course I'm comfortable saying that now, being Octant, but getting donations is not a long-term sustainable. So you cannot surf on that wave forever. That's my feeling, at least.
Yeah, I guess it's really tough to where do we draw the line on what's acceptable? We talk a lot about corporations, about greed, about capitalism. Where do you draw the line, right? Because we all want public goods to get more funding, to get more attention. And we live in such a attention economy today where, should we play the attention game, right? Should we financialize impact? Or if we don't, what are the alternatives? You guys have any thoughts on, I guess, in terms from the capitalistic point of view, what can be applied to public goods, what shouldn't, where do we draw the line, and what are some alternatives?
Yeah, I mean, I will share two thoughts. I think the one, I will share two clear, no-goes. So the one concern I always had about engaging with the space is this overall trend of hyper-financialization, right? And I think, again, the previous speaker from Octant covered that quite a lot. This space tends to overvalue in financial incentives, right? Let's add the financial incentive where actually one is not needed, right? And this is, I've seen this multiple times going really wrong, and I'm again concerned about the culture that this creates, right? You come in and you introduce a financial incentive where one is not needed, and then you effectively distort something that was actually healthy, and now that's not healthy, right? So that's one clear thing that, at least on my own personal, map, I always try to look at that and say, hey, are what we're doing introducing more of that, right? And it's not, again, an easy answer, operating in the space, with incentives. It's a hard one. But that's one that I personally always try to keep an eye on and ask that question to myself, am I contributing more to this hyper-financialized society with the work I do, yes or no? And then the other one is basically, I think, this whole idea of humane technologies. The previous speaker just touched a little bit on that. But again, many of us coming from the Web 2 world, we have either engineered or consumed systems that try to, distract you from something, try to lock you in, like mindset and focus-wise into something. And unfortunately, multiple times I have experienced the same thing myself with tokens. I don't know how many of the participants here, there's a token and then you just checking the price, right? And you keep checking the price, right? So there is something, there's something there to be really, that is extremely dangerous when you're combining financial incentives and this attention economy. This is an atomic bomb of sorts. So I would say these are the two things that I'm trying to keep an eye on: hyper-financialization, and then is this thing that I'm engineering enabling the fulfillment of that user, or is trying to lock that user in a system that is actually very far away from themselves and what they try to accomplish in the world.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say, echoing LA, the danger of like poisoning intrinsic motivations through introducing an external kind of financial incentive. I think there's exceptions, but it is something that has been documented and we heard about earlier this afternoon. The second thing that I wanted to say is that specifically in Web3, protocols that are generating revenue and are relying on open source libraries, and this is a lot of what Drips is doing, I believe should think about how to fund their dependencies, how to give back to the ecosystem, and I think that Optimism is doing it's one way of doing it. It's introducing a protocol fee or a sequencer fee that's a transaction fee basically that is taken from every transaction and put into public goods. Celo is doing this as well and other protocols. And this is kind of just replicating a tax system from the public sector, from governments. It is a system that has worked through the centuries, and I think there are basic lessons that we can learn from the real world in public goods funding and integrate into crypto, and we don't always have to invent new mechanisms.
So one of the definitions of the public goods is that those are goods that cannot be delivered by the market in an efficient way. So you cannot really put that to market forces. Of course, you can think about how to incentivize people with the monetary means. I don't think that would be efficient at the end of the day. On the other hand, we are working with what we have at hand. And basically, this community is historically driven by greed, and I don't think that this is that comes as a surprise to anyone here. And I would say that what we try to do, we try to patch it here and there, and build things that could bring a transformation. So at the end of the day, I don't think that the financial incentives are not only they are not a solution, they are not even possible. But on the other hand, you could look at, for example, at what we do with Octant as providing some kind of a UBI for a certain group of community that has some token, and then providing a way to self-taxate in a reasonable way, with also the overall a taxation mechanism that ensures a huge pile of tokens to do things. And I think for example in Optimism, I think this could be seen as a similar thing, because there is just a tax. And one of the reasons we are sitting here and having all those interesting discussions is because Ethereum has not implemented tax on top of the rewards that are in Ethereum, so we have to go and figure that ourselves, how to do that. So I hope that's somehow related to your question.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's really interesting. We say corporate capitalism, the greed has historically been what works to motivate people, but you also bring up a good point, Ellie, about you don't want to ruin the intrinsic motivation of people to want to do good things, do public goods. How do you kind of judge when a certain mechanism kind of could pollute the intrinsic motivation versus the external? I think that's because sometimes when people volunteer their own time to do something they're passionate about, they love it, right? But as soon as you start paying them, or as soon as it becomes financial, monetary incentivization, it kind of changes the whole dynamics, it changes the culture, it changes how humans behave. How do you kind of safeguard against that?
Go ahead, David, please.
Okay, yeah, I have an interesting example from the book Freakonomics, and basically it is a school where parents pick up their children and they are coming late and picking up their children late, and there are basically teachers that have to stay after school for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour to receive the parents. And so the school wants to ameliorate this problem, and they try a financial solution, which is to fine the parents, to charge them money to have the pay for the teacher's extra hours. Seems logical. So what ends up happening is the opposite of the intended consequences. All the parents lose their social shame of being late because now they can just pay, and they end up coming 2 hours late instead of 30, 45 minutes.
Yeah, and I think there are numerous examples like that. This is a great one. And I think the answer to your question is you study the past. And, you study what has happened, because we have had already, many waves of, funding public goods or crowdfunding. And then you ask the question that the previous speaker asked, why do people give, right? Why do people give public goods? Many times, the answer is because they want to be part of the world that this person is creating. They want to belong, I think simply by, asking the question to yourself of okay, I want to engineer a mechanism, or I want to create that world where people are giving more to public goods, right? Sometimes the answer is that, okay, my community will need a new ritual. Like I mentioned before, I think Gitcoin at first was more of a ritual, right? That Vitalik really was trying to bring to Ethereum, and because it's Vitalik, a lot of people were like, hey, this is interesting here. Doesn't matter that it doesn't, do identity stuff perfectly well, right? So yeah, it very much depends, but I think studying the past and asking the question of okay, what am I really trying to create, and what motivates a person to have the behavior that I want, then usually will lead you to avoid some of the issues with financialization and introducing financial incentives where there's no need for them.
Yeah, I think that people can be motivated by non-monetary incentives, absolutely. So, and have nothing to add.
Yeah, I think maybe the last question here is, maybe on a more personal level, what kind of brought you into public goods, and how does that, what motivates you internally, intrinsically, to dedicate yourself to public goods?
Yeah, on my side, what brought me to the Web3 space, maybe in general, that will lead into my story on public goods. But I previously used to work for SoundCloud. I'm a musician myself, a hobbyist, nothing professional. And I joined SoundCloud. I was an early employee there, stayed with them for many years. But the reason why I joined SoundCloud was because back in 2009, 2010, Web2 was the one that was making the promise of disintermediation. So, these Web2 companies at the time were making the promise that we will now decentralize effectively from these really extractive rent seekers of the music industry. And I joined SoundCloud, and I saw the whole transition of SoundCloud, going from nothing into something that I think at some point we had 200 million users using it every month, right? And I realized at some point that this isn't it. These new people are the new gatekeepers, and the promise is lost. And then I started looking into crypto networks as a new way of enabling this form of disintermediation. And that's how I found myself in the Web3 community, because I got really excited about this idea of user-owned and operated network, or community-owned and operated networks. And then in the Web3 space, it was basically this grid that you talked about. The grid can be a motivator for some things, but also can be a motivator for other things. So I saw this, tendency for this extreme selfishness. And I was like, hey, this is really off. I hope that some people actually will use those technologies that enable transparency, that enable communal ownership for something different. And luckily, I found myself in this community. But the story is that if this wasn't the community, I don't know if we will be here talking about public goods and working on things, right? So I think the movement and the fact that there is a movement is extremely important.
Love it. I don't know if Julia and David, you guys want to share your personal story, how you got into public goods?
Well, that would be quite long, but just to try to summarize. So before I started working in the Web3 space which was back then not called like a Web3 yet. I'm an economist by trade, and I also work mostly with the public sector economics. And even then, I believe our governance mechanisms and our allocation mechanism are somehow broken. And even in the very, very early days of Ethereum, I saw this promise of using that system for governance, which I haven't worked for quite a long time, being in Ethereum. And at the moment, we are able to connect many dots and also attack that problem with what we do, and I'm really happy about that.
Awesome.
I see that as I don't have an ambition that we will, challenge all the problems and solve all the problems of the world there, but at least we will be creating a sandbox and helping others playing in that sandbox to find useful stuff.
Love it. David, yeah.
All right, so yeah, I would say my journey started with the discovery of some economists that were writing about the integration of the biosphere, the physical reality around us, into economic systems. One, Herman Daly, The Steady State, and E.F. Schumacher, Small is Beautiful, are two really interesting economists that really reframed how to understand value for me. Then, let's see, I think that got me on a journey of what is valuable for human beings and other species here, and how does money relate to that, and how does money capture and embody the values that we share. And for the first time with crypto, I think communities have the opportunity to design value systems. The way I think of crypto is like social or behavioral engineering at scale, which is like a dangerously powerful tool that can be used for good or for other purposes. I started experimenting with token economies around 2015. This was before the Ethereum mainnet was live, so we were using Colored Coins protocol on Bitcoin. And the experiment was how to create community-issued debt, mutual credit, backed by goods and services that could be traded directly amongst communities and individuals. And that really opened my mind to how can we empower communities to embed their values into economic and monetary systems. And since then, my journey's taken me on a lot of places, but I would say climate and nature and the relationship between the biosphere, air, water, food, these basic resources and value is really, like if you think about what is, how valuable is water to humans, and how valuable is it if you're in the desert without water, and or air, how valuable is air if you don't have it? So like these kind of value is relative based on what access you have to it. And I think our current system of money and finance does not really take into account a lot of these kind of basic things of like what is valuable for human beings to survive and thrive on this planet.
Yeah, I think personally I find people who are motivated by public goods some of the best people, best community in the world with a good heart and just wholesome people in general. So thank you all for sharing your personal stories, why you're motivated to do public goods, and some of the philosophies behind all the things we talked about today around public goods. So yeah, that's it for today. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
That's our last panel. Woohoo! 2 days done. And David, do you want to give a word before we close up?
All right, thank you for everyone who made it out until this point. Thank you for everyone who contributed to making this event possible. Special thanks to Noah and Vivian, who did all the heavy lifting, to be honest, for us being here today. So thank you. Give them a round of applause. And once again, thank you to DAO Zero, to Gov Zero, to Taipei, to the representatives from the public sector here in Taiwan, to our sponsors, to Octant, to Gitcoin, to Drips, and to everyone else who made this event possible, and to all of you for being here, because without each of you, this wouldn't be what it is. And hopefully, every one of you made a new connection that you will keep after this event, because Funding the Commons is not a conference series, it's a movement, and it's a movement to build and grow the public goods funding sector within and beyond Web3. So thank you for doing your part, and yeah, have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. That's it for today. Bye.
Yeah.
有没有人想要最后一起拍一张大合照？有人想要最后拍一张大合照吗？只有我们两个，我们两个自己拍。我就觉得边界很难画，就是应该所有人要拍都可以来，真的。那就说，我觉得其实有。好了，那我们自拍，我们先自拍。大合照吗？对。